Holston Telephone Company and R&J Broadcasting Incorporated is proud to present to you this broadcast on yourliveevent.com.
Cable TV to residents in this region, including Halstead, Shelley, Neilsville, Climax, Fisher, Bigland, Gentilly in Minnesota, and Hillsborough, Caledonia, Gardner, and Argusville, North Dakota. Serving the area residents since 1904, Halston Telephone continues to create a bright future for this region using 100% fiber optic technology. Service plans offer flexibility and choices, and there's local support personnel ready to help. Contact Halston Telephone Company today.
For any accounting needs you may have, Todd R. World Certified Public Accountant has you covered. From income tax planning, preparation, and consulting for individuals and businesses. Todd Wold CPA would like to wish the best to the teams competing and thank the coaches and players for their hard work and dedication throughout the season on and off the field, as anything can happen every night at the Diamond. For more information, go online to wold-cpa.com. That's wold-cpa.com.
And we're back, ladies and gentlemen, for some American Legion baseball. Sounded like we had some technical difficulties. We're trying to exchange the lineups and get the starting lineups as Post 2, Fargo Post 2. The Jets will be in town to take on the Kindred Vikings in an American Legion A baseball matchup. Again, I'm Mike Bernier along with Greg Kramer.
Yeah, and I'll hop in and just check mic level 2 or see if I can get the thumbs up from Wendy.
All right. Excellent. We have some audio.
There we go.
We're golden.
We're live.
We talked a little bit about the records of the two teams, and you had the records there posted for the Jets and the Vikings.
Yeah, the Jets. This is out just in the East standings right now. The Jets are sitting at 3-3, and Kindred is sitting at 3-5.
And the Vikings' overall record is 5-8. They beat DGF earlier this week in a nice ball game, and we got a doubleheader tonight. Both counter games in the league. So the Fargo Post 2 Jets are in town. Kindred Vikings are their hosts, and we'll start with the starting lineups for Fargo Post 2. Starting at catcher and leading off will be number 4, Sam Chase. Batting second, the shortstop, will be Colby Ebling. Batting third and pitching, and also the designated hitter, Finn Bergseth. Batting cleanup and playing first base is Eli Emineth. Batting fifth and playing at second base is Tate Barnacle. Batting sixth and playing in left field is Ryan Oman. Batting seventh and playing in right field is Jeremiah Beckham. Batting eighth and playing over at third base is Andrew Perrault. And batting ninth is the center fielder, Evan Felbert. So we have Chase, Ebling, Bergseth, Emineth, Barnacle, Oman, Beckham, Perrault, and Felber. Again on the mound for the Post 2 Jets. Finn Bergseth, he'll also fill in as a designated hitter. So what that means is if he's removed from the game for a pitcher can come off the bench, and he'll remain in the game as a designated hitter in that spot.
Gotcha.
Here's your starting lineups for the Kindred Vikings. Playing in center field and batting first is Brady Baumgarten. Batting second and playing in right field is Carson Getty. Batting third, the designated hitter is Sawyer Hess. Batting cleanup and playing in left field is Kylan Swenson. Batting fifth and catching is Graham Hess. Batting sixth and playing over at shortstop is Stanley Belaski. And batting seventh is the third baseman Dylan Stone. And batting eighth, first baseman Kelby Erdman. And batting ninth is the second baseman Andy Traum. On the mound and pitching for the Kindred Vikings will be Jack McDonald. So it looks like Baumgarten, Getty, Hess, Swenson, Hess, Belaski, Stone, Erdman, and Traum, with Jack McDonald on the mound being designated hit for in this ball game. So Greg Kramer along with us. I'm Mike Bernier bringing you Kindred Post 117 American Legion Baseball, Fargo Post 2 in town. What do you look for the Kindred Vikings to be successful tonight, Greg?
Bats rolling early and often. I mean, when you know that you're going into 2 7-inning games, I suppose it's kind of just keeping that composure early. It's going to be a long night, and you know that going into it, but if you can just get the bats rolling early, that helps McDonald so much. If you can get 1, 2, 3 run spot early, just kind of calms him down and makes it feel like the job is easier for McDonald. So I suppose that's kind of always the goal.
And Jack McDonald, very well known for throwing pretty hard. He throws strikes, and he tends not to hurt himself by walking a lot of batters.
Sure.
Might get hit around a little bit at times because he's around the plate so often.
Yep.
But as long as he's changing his speeds and has command of his fastball, he'll do just fine.
Yeah, and I mean, if you're throwing a lot of strikes and you're almost kind of daring the Jets to hit on you, then you're really just putting the ball in the court to the defense and just hoping that they can make plays behind you. That is, if you got a guy who's on the mound throwing a lot of strikes, that's the name of the game. It's just how clean can you play.
Yep. And we talked about it earlier. There's a lot of baseball this week on yourliveevent.com. We had a doubleheader last night. Kindred Vikings were able to come away with a couple of victories, a couple of 10-run victories, in fact. And we have these 2 American Legion baseball games tonight, and then more Babe Ruth games tomorrow night that we'll have on Your Live Event. Let's take a quick break as we go through the lineups, and we'll be back with first pitch coming up on yourliveevent.com.
Stay up to date all year long with Your Live Event from our social platforms with X, Facebook, and YouTube. From the latest coaches show to watch game broadcasts back on demand from earlier in the season. Search Your Live Event on YouTube and hit subscribe.
Outside the three-point arc. Pick and pop here with Spaeth into the left side corner. 3, good.
For the complete and most up-to-date schedule throughout the year, head to our website at yourliveevent.com.
Homegrown local radio is now worldwide with 24-hour streaming. Download the RJ Radio app to hear local voices from local radio with KRJB, KRJM, and KKCQ 24 hours a day from anywhere. You can listen to your favorite programs like the RJ Family Morning Show, local news, farm markets, music, high school sports, church services, more from anywhere. KRJB, KRJM, and 96.7 KKCQ is streaming on the RJ Radio app. Download it to your device and take us with you wherever you go.
Keep your car moving along with the team at Elite Automotive Center in Fargo. What sets Elite Automotive Center apart from the herd is their truly extensive list of services. From brake and tire service to tune-ups and battery replacement, there's no job too big or small for their ASE certified technicians. Schedule your next oil change by going to EliteAutomotiveCenter.com or scan the QR code on your screen now. Never settle for standard service. Stop by Elite Automotive Center today in Fargo.
At Enbridge, we're focused on relationships. 23 Canadian First Nation and Métis communities now own an equity stake in Enbridge Athabasca Pipelines. In Minnesota, Enbridge has spent $450 million and counting with Native-owned companies and in wages to tribal members working on Line 3. Every day brings new collaborations, partnerships, and possibilities. Learn more at Enbridge.com.
Express Lane Marathon in Kindred is your neighborhood convenience store where convenience meets quality, whether you're fueling up with Marathon's top-tier fuel or grabbing a quick snack. Express Lane has you covered. From hot stuff pizza, smash hit subs, premium soft serve ice cream, gas, diesel, and propane exchange. Make sure to use your Marathon app and get 7 cents back per gallon all summer long. Now offering premium 91 non-ethanol fuel. Express Lane is your friendly and locally owned convenience store.
Buying, selling, or leasing commercial real estate or farmland in the Fargo-Moorhead and surrounding area? From office to retail, industrial to multifamily, commercial land to farmland. As the #1 commercial, sales, and leasing brokerage in the FM region, Goldmark Commercial has the experience and skills to handle all of your commercial real estate and farmland needs with the highest levels of customer service and marketing around. Trust the experts at Goldmark Commercial Real Estate to lead your team to success.
Green Earth Landscaping offers a full range of services, including commercial and residential landscape design and installation, maintenance and sprinkler services. From outdoor kitchens to patios, retaining walls, lighting, fine grade, sod and hydroseed, and anything in between, Green Earth Landscaping has you covered, servicing the Fargo-Moorhead area and beyond. For more information, go online to greenearthnd.com. That's greenearthnd.com.
And we're back. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We're just getting started. We have a doubleheader of American Legion baseball action for you tonight. As we said earlier, Post 2, the Jets, are in town, taking on the Kindred Vikings, a home team. And I'm Mike Bernier along with Greg Kramer. And I tell you what, these jerseys just got in today. They look sharp. Brand new jerseys. Kindred Vikings sporting the new jerseys and looking pretty good.
You know, I do love coming back to Kindred and watching these games, but a small part of me is a little envious. Every time I come back, the jersey game is just a heck of a lot better than when I was around.
Yeah.
You know, they're looking dang good out there. I like it.
Yeah, the scoreboard out there, the ballpark's looking very good. Like I said earlier, we did take some rain throughout the day, but it stopped raining, and they've been working on the field. Paul Quislin, Dan Nathan, everybody else has kind of been working on the field, getting it ready to play some baseball, and it's looking pretty good. And we'll get the games in tonight, I think. The rain should stay away.
I think we should be fine. It still feels kind of like that raininess in the air feels like it's there, but I think it's because it's past, and I think we're good now.
It's cloudy. It's 64 degrees. The wind is blowing out to straightaway left center field.
Yep.
So the ball will carry out to left. We saw earlier this week against DGF, Sawyer Hess did hit one out deep down the left field line. That was a fun home run to watch. And Jack McDonald, as you can see, taking his warm-up tosses. Fargo Post 2 will step to the plate. Top of the first inning, Sam Chase, Colby Ebling, Finn Bergseth. The three batters guaranteed to face Jack McDonald. Jack McDonald throws hard, throws a lot of strikes. Key for him to attack the strike zone tonight. Throws out of the stretch full time. First pitch of the game looked like a breaking ball over for a strike.
First pitch,
5:35, first pitch. Here's the 0-1 set and the pitch. Breaking ball down low. So I'm debating. I've put my sunglasses on. I've taken them off, put them back on. It's a little too bright to not have sunglasses and a little too dark with them on. Here's a fastball, so it's a ground ball chopped out to Stanley Belaski. Fires across a diamond, scooped out of the dirt in time by Kelby Erdman nicely. And it's a 6-3 putout, and there's one away. So you hope out of your starting pitcher, or any pitcher for that matter, that you could get a batter out on a couple of pitches. So 3 pitches, 1 out. So far, so good for Jack McDonald. Colby Ebling, the shortstop, steps up. Here's a pitch. Fastball in there for a strike. Colby Ebling is spelled E-B-L-I-N-G, pronounced Ebling. Right-handed hitting shortstop. Where's number 6? And here's a pitch. Fastball, high, pop fly. Shallow left center field. Looks like Brady Baumgarten comes in, calls for it, makes a catch. And there's 2 away. Think about this Kindred Vikings outfield. You have Kylan Swenson in left, Brady Baumgarten in center, Carson Getty in right. I'm not really sure who's faster, but they all cover ground. And then when Jack McDonald is not pitching, he'll play left field sometimes, and he can run as well. Off-speed pitch to the batter, Finn Bergseth, is up and in, ball 1.
It's a really good starting spot to be at of an outfield is just wheels.
Any one of them can play center field. Here's a ground ball pounded out to the shortstop, takes a nice Sunday school hop, fires across a diamond. Kelby Erdman is going to apply the tag, and he got him. Umpire called him out. Goes down as a simple 6-3 put out and a 1-2-3 inning on 7 pitches from Jack McDonald. And we head to the bottom of the first inning, tied at 0. Vikings coming to bat on yourliveevent.com.
Make your stop before or after the game at the Knickerbocker in Hickson, North Dakota. Stop out throughout the week for mouth-watering lunch specials weekdays and mark Friday nights down on the calendar for prime rib, ribeye steak, or some walleye at the Knickerbocker. For more information or to find out about daily specials, give the Knickerbocker a like on Facebook by searching the Knickerbocker. Great food and good people. You can find it all at the Knickerbocker in Hickson, North Dakota. For any accounting needs you may have, Todd Our World Certified Public Accountant has you covered. From income tax planning, preparation, and consulting for individuals and businesses. Todd Wold CPA would like to wish the best to the teams competing and thank the coaches and players for their hard work and dedication throughout the season on and off the field, as anything can happen every night at the Diamond. For more information, go online to wold-cpa.com. That's wold-cpa.com.
And we're back. Kindred Vikings coming to bat on the bottom of the first inning. They'll face the starting pitcher for post 2, Finn Bergseth. Again, Bergseth is also the designated hitter, so if he's removed from the mound at any point in the game, he could still bat in the third spot as the DH. His battery mate is the catcher, Sam Chase. He'll face a 1-2-3 hitters for the Vikings. Brady Baumgarten to lead off, center fielder. And Sam Chase has a little issue with his catcher's gear. It'll be Brady, Carson Getty, and Sawyer Hess. Here's a high fly ball foul down the right field line. 1 ball and 1 strike. Here's a pitch to Baumgarten. Here's a ground ball on the right side. Second baseman has it go underneath his glove, and Baumgarten's going to reach. Let's see if that's a hit or error. We'll call it a base hit. So Brady Baumgarten, a leadoff single. I agree with that call. That's a single. I think that's maybe a play that the second baseman would tell you that he probably should have made, but it's also a tough error. It was a long run.
Yep.
Didn't really take the hop that he kind of needed to kind of help him out, and kind of snuck into right field for Tate Barnacle. So a base hit for Brady Baumgarten brings up Carson Getty, and here's a pitch in there for a strike. 0-1 the count. The first baseman covering first. Big hole on the right side for Carson Getty. Another throw over to first base. Baumgarten back in plenty of time. We saw Getty earlier this week against DGF, post 397, pull 2 singles to the right side. Check swing is in there for a strike. 0-2 the count. Sawyer Hess on deck. Here's a set and the pitch from Bergseth. Fastball outside. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Another throw over to first base. Baumgarten back in plenty of time. Brand new jersey is getting all dirty. And here's a 1-2 off speed. Misses in. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Just got the jerseys in today. Got the nice pinstripe. Another throw over to first base. Not in time. First baseman thought he had the tag, but he did drop the baseball anyway. So regardless, good call, bad call, the ball was dropped onto the dirt. Another throw over to first base, not in time. These throws are close.
They are. I mean, it's tough to to be annoyed when they are close.
Fastball on the inside part of the plate, and Getty goes down on strikes for out number 1.
Strikeout number 1 in the ninth. First out of the inning. Brings up number 3, designated hitter, Sawyer Hess.
DH, Sawyer Hess steps to the plate. Tremendous power. He's got 3 home runs on the season. Here's the set and the pitch. Breaking ball in there for a strike. What wind there is blowing out. Another throw over to first base. This one not nearly as close. And here's a pitch. Fastball up. Evens up the count at 1-1. And here's a set and the pitch. Off speed. Misses away. 2 balls and a strike. Now Bergseth, I think, should be very concerned about Baumgarten because he has tremendous speed and he will steal a base on you. Good speed up and down this lineup. And here's a 2-1. Oh, it hit him in the helmet. It looked like an off-speed, kind of struck Sawyer in the back of the helmet, and he'll trot down to first base. Nothing intentional, and certainly like a off-speed breaking ball.
Yeah, it looked
that
like
just
a
got
breaking
away.
ball that didn't break.
Yeah. So runners in first and second. No need for Baumgarten to steal second base now. Vikings threatening. Bottom of the first. Kylan Swenson steps to the plate. And here's Bergseth looking on. Here's the pitch. Fastball in there for a strike. All right. 0-1 the count. And here's the pitch. Off speed, chopped foul. 0-2 the count to number 2, Kylan Swenson.
Knowing Swenson's speed, here you just absolutely need to see this ball put into play. A strikeout here is not what you want to see if you're a Kindred fan.
Runners go. Here's a foul ball on a fastball. Baumgarten was off on the pitch towards third. Sawyer Hess did not break for second base. I think Brady just read it right, and he timed it perfectly, and I think he had a great jump.
Yeah, if that ball's away, I think he's at third pretty easily there.
Probably would have went in standing up. Here's another throw to second base. Finn Bergseth, number 13, starting pitcher for the Jets. Looks on, looks back at Brady once again, and kicks and fires. Fastball lays foul down the right field line. Out of play. Still no balls and 2 strikes. Let's see who wins this battle.
Oh, Kylan, come on, 2.
A lot of foul balls at the plate on 0-2 count. And Bergseth is bound and determined to pick off Baumgarten. You figure if you throw it down there a million times, you'll catch him eventually.
It just doesn't seem like it's going to happen, but
But I tell you whose jersey is very dirty.
Yeah.
Is Brady Baumgarten's. And here's a pitch. Fastball misses. 1 ball and 2 strikes.
I'm pretty sure Swenson's seen as many pitches as Post 2 saw in the whole top of the first year. He's got a 1-2 count.
I think so. Jack McDonald threw 7 pitches in the top of the first. Here's a pitch. Line drive. Base hit. Right center field. It'll be cut off by the right fielder. Baumgarten is being waved home. He'll come across the score, and it's an RBI single for Kylan Swenson. What a battle between the pitcher and the hitter. Sawyer Hess does reach third base. Of course, Baumgarten comes across the score. It's 1-0 Vikings. 18 pitches thrown now by Bergseth. Now Graham Hess will step to the plate with runners at first and third. Good speed on the base paths. Sawyer can run. Kylan Swenson over at first base can run. So the defensive system for Post 2, they use the number system. Here's the pitch. Misses for ball 1. So the intent here is, does Kylan Swenson take off? And so many defensive choices here. Do they throw through? Do they cut it off at the pitcher? Second baseman or shortstop cut it off? Do they fake it and throw all the way through? Do they throw it down to third? Do they not do anything? There's so many ways to defend this. Another throw over to first base. Back in time. Another close play over at first base. It's a 1-0 count to Graham Hess. Here's the set and the pitch. Fastball in there for a strike. Vikings with 1 run already in, bottom of the first inning. Runners on first and third, 1 down. Graham Hess at the plate. Here's a pitch from Bergseth. Off speed, pounded towards the hole. That's through for a base hit. 2 RBI singles in a row for the Vikings. Sawyer Hess comes across the score, and it's 2-0.
Brings in his brother, Sawyer, and Kylan moves up to second.
And I will say, for anyone watching on the stream, I will get the scoreboard figured out there. I'm going to have to figure it out when we go to break, but it is 2-0 Kindred right now.
Okay.
Everything else is good, but we will get we will get the score on there.
Runners on first and second. 1 out. Stanley Belaski at the plate. Here's a ground ball pounded out to short. That's Ebling to the second baseman. On over to the first baseman, Emeneth. It's not in time. So Stanley Belaski will reach on the fielder's choice. Graham Hess is out on a 6-4 putout for the second out of the inning. Kylan Swenson moves over to third. And that brings up Dylan Stone. 22 pitches thrown by Bergseth. Runners on first and third, 2 out, 2 runs in. Fastball in there for strike 1 to Dylan Stone. Dylan Stone playing over at third base. Stanley Belaski can run. Here's a pitch, fastball away, 1 ball and 1 strike. Not a lot of breaks for post two when they get runners on base, do the Vikings. Everybody can run so far in the lineup. Here's the pitch. Off speed, misses away. 2 balls and a strike. For the number of throws to the bases to try to pick off runners, we haven't had an attempted steal this inning.
Yeah. You would think that we've attempted about 40 steals so far.
Here's a pitch, swinging a ground ball, pounded out towards third. Peralt can't make the play, and Stone is going to reach on an error, and a run comes across the score. Does Kylan Swenson to make it 3-0. Pulaski to second base. Dylan Stone reaches on E5 on the third baseman, Andrew Peralt. And there's runners at first and second, a 3-0 lead for the Kindred Vikings. That brings up Kelby Erdman, first baseman. Here's a pitch, fastball up, ball 1. Last game against DGF, Kelby Erdman was the player of the game.
Your Enbridge player of the game.
Enbridge player of the game. Here's a pitch, fastball in there for a strike. He came in with the bases loaded and 2 outs, and he struck the batter out to get out of that inning.
Nice.
In a crucial inning with a 1-run lead. And then he proceeded to get 7 outs total, 5 of them via the strikeout. He added a base hit.
Nice.
Here's a 1-1 pitch, little ground ball up the first base line. It's going to trickle foul. 1 ball and 2 strikes.
And this will be pitch number 30, the first inning here.
And here is that 30th pitch from Bergseth as he looks back to second base. Here's the pitch, fastball, swinging a little foul ball towards first base. It lands foul. Erdman stays alive. Erdman's got some power. And here's a pitch, off speed. Misses. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Josh Michelson, the home plate umpire. Gareth Hansen out on the base paths. Here's a 2-2 pitch from Bergseth. Fastball up and in, and it's going to get away from the catcher. I think that's a wild pitch myself. Maybe a ball that the catcher could have had, but he was set up low and away, and the ball was up and in on Erdman. Long reach for the catcher. I don't know if the pitcher and the catcher got crossed up there or something. Here's the full count pitch. Fastball misses down low. Erdman draws a walk to load the bases. We got a timeout on the field. The shortstop, Ebling, will come out to talk to his pitcher, try to settle him down a little bit. You don't want to burn too many coaching visits, so that's obviously a kind of a captain move out there.
Mm-hmm.
Shortstop comes out to talk to his pitcher.
The funny thing about the game of baseball is how well this inning has gone for Kindred. If they don't get any more runs here, it kind of takes the wind out of your sails. Like, it feels deflating when you've got 3 runs, and it's exactly what we talked about with helping McDonald out getting that 3 spot, but you'd like to see some more runs here, else it kind of feels like a missed opportunity.
Off-speed pitch is swung on and missed by the second baseman, Andy Traum. So they do bat around. This is the 9th batter of the inning. Bases are loaded, 3 runs across. And here's the set and the pitch. Fastball laced into right field, and the right fielder's got it measured. So Andy Traum hits it hard, but Beckham, the right fielder, moves back and to his right a little bit and goes back and makes a catch. So it's a line out to right field to end the inning. But the Vikings do come up with 3 runs. They have 3 hits. There was an error, and they leave 3 stranded. So at the end of 1, Vikings lead at 3-0 on yourliveevent.com.
Keep your car moving along with the team at Elite Automotive Center in Fargo. What sets Elite Automotive Center apart from the herd is their truly extensive list of services. From brake and tire service to tune-ups and battery replacement, there's no job too big or small for their ASE certified technicians. Schedule your next oil change by going to EliteAutomotiveCenter.com or scan the QR code on your screen now. Never settle for standard service. Stop by Elite Automotive Center today in Fargo.
For trusted news, weather, and sports from your community, look to R&J Broadcasting Incorporated, KRJB, KRJM, and KKCQ Radio, and rjbroadcasting.com. Hear local voices from local radio with news and information from the area. Your information stations, KRJB, KRJM, and KKCQ Radio, and rjbroadcasting.com. Local voices from local radio.
Post 2 Jets come to bat. They'll have the 4, 5, and 6 hitters. Eli Emineth, Tate Barnacle, Ryan Oman. I'm Mike Bernier along with Greg Kramer. Kindred Vikings do come up with 3 runs in the bottom of the first, but something you said, it felt like it should have been more.
Yeah, baseball is a funny game like that.
Yep.
Great inning. You look at the scoreboard and you like the result, but it just feels like, you kind of wish you would have gotten more out of that, but
one stat that's up on the board, 35 pitches thrown by Bergseth versus now 8 from Jack McDonald. First pitch to Emineth is down low, ball 1. Key thing for the Vikings, for McDonald, is come out and throw strikes. Pitches down low, 2 balls and no strikes. Your team gets you 3 runs, and you want to come out and get them back into the dugout, score some more.
Yep.
Here's a 2-0 pitch, is across for a strike. Number 23, Eli Emineth, first baseman. Here's a 2-1 set by McDonald. Ground ball right back to McDonald. It found his glove. Wow. And the one that was surprised the most that was in his glove was Jack McDonald.
Yeah, I'm not sure if that's a top 10 or a not top 10 when he didn't know the ball was in his glove there, but heck of a play.
They're coming out to see if he's okay, if he got hit with the ball. I don't know if it caught his leg or it must have skimmed off his shin, and he kind of backhanded it with his glove. A no-look fielding play. I'd have to watch that on replay later.
Hoping we can get that in a slow-mo.
Yeah.
I'm guessing it bounced right off of his right calf and just somehow ended up in his glove.
Ended in his glove, and he was thinking, ow, I'm in pain. And then he looked down, the ball's in his glove, and he had the time to go throw the runner out. So he's fine. It goes down as a 1-3 putout, and there's 1 down. Tate Barnacle takes strike 1. Tate Barnacle's the second baseman. Where's number 26, right-handed hitter. First 4 batters set down by Jack McDonald. And here's the 0-1 pitch. Ooh. That one misses. 1 ball and 1 strike. Nothing Vikings, top of the second inning. Here's a pitch, fastball, swinging a foul. And you did get the scoreboard up and running.
Oh, we got it. We got it back.
We just needed the little icon right up here.
That's right.
1-2 count to Tate Barnacle. And the pitch, fastball, swing, and a line drive, base hit into center field. 1 hopper out to Brady Baumgarten, and the Jets have their first base runner. And first hit, line drive single into center field for Tate Barnacle. Ryan Ullman steps to the plate, left fielder. Also a right-handed hitter. Where's number 8? First base runner for the Jets. Fastball up, ball 1. Not sure about this number system. Maybe a little old school. I asked Josh Omeris if he's ever used that, and he goes, nope, I'm too old school to use the numbering system for the plays. Here's a fastball grounded up the middle. Fielded by Traum. Throw across the diamond, not in time. Nice play by Andy Traum. He backhanded it, made a strong throw across the diamond. But great hustle by the batter, Ryan Ullman. He beats out an infield single. It just happened to skip by Belaski a little bit. Traum was able to get there and backhand it and made a strong throw across the diamond, but Ullman, just too much speed, and he beat it out for an infield base hit.
And he made a really quick decision to not take that to second. So that was just good hustle there.
So 2 hits in a row for the Jets. Breaking ball in there for a strike to Jeremiah Beckham, the right fielder. Right-handed hitter, where's number 7? Runners on first and second with 1 out. Jack McDonald on the mound. Brand new pinstripe uniform. Here's a pitch. Breaking ball in there as well. No balls and 2 strikes.
Your head now, dictate.
Andrew Peralt on deck. And here's the 0-2 set. And the pitch, fastball, lined into right field. Getty comes on, and he makes the catch. Runners will not have a chance to advance. Kind of a line drive out to right field. Getty, couple steps in and a couple steps to his left, and he was able to make the catch and gun it into the infield to hold the runners. 2 down. Andrew Peralt steps to the plate, third baseman. He wears number 3, right-handed hitter. Here's a set and the pitch. In there for a strike. No runs, 2 hits, 1 error for the Jets. Vikings with 3 runs, 3 hits, no errors. And here's the 0-1 pitch. Fastball fouled over the press box. No balls and 2 strikes. You can hear Coach Eggman in the dugout saying, hey, your terms, meaning you don't have to throw too good of a pitch here. It's 0-2. I've never been a fan of wasting a pitch.
Mm-hmm.
You know, they say waste a fastball up and away. Well, I think you got to make a competitive pitch.
Sure.
Maybe something that they could swing on. But you just can't make it too good where you just get
like
cracked
that.
out of here. That was a very competitive pitch.
Yep.
It was very close
Yep.
to the zone, but a good take by the right-handed batter, Andrew Peralt. 1-2 the count. And I think what you got to do with that 0-2 pitch is set up your next pitch, right? Here's a pitch, swing and a miss. Looks like that's exactly what Jack McDonald did. He got him on strikes, strikeout number 1. Jets do come up with a couple of base hits, but they're stranded out there. So no runs on 2 hits, 2 runners left aboard. At the end of 1.5, it's a 3-0 lead for the Kindred Vikings on yourliveevent.com.
Buying, selling, or leasing commercial real estate or farmland in the Fargo, Moorhead, and surrounding area? From office to retail, industrial to multifamily, commercial land to farmland. As the #1 commercial, sales, and leasing brokerage in the FM region, Goldmark Commercial has the experience and skills to handle all of your commercial real estate and farmland needs with the highest levels of customer service and marketing around. Trust the experts at Goldmark Commercial Real Estate to lead your team to success.
Green Earth Landscaping offers a full range of services, including commercial and residential landscape design and installation, maintenance and sprinkler services. From outdoor kitchens to patios, retaining walls, lighting, fine grade, sod and hydroseed, and anything in between, Green Earth Landscaping has you covered, servicing the Fargo Moorhead area and beyond. For more information, go online to greenearthnd.com. That's greenearthnd.com.
We head to the bottom of the second inning. Kindred Vikings did bat around in the first inning, so we'll start with the top of the order once again. Brady Baumgarten. He singled, later scored a run. He scored on an RBI single by Kylan Swenson.
Leadoff batter number 1, center fielder, Brady Baumgarten.
So bottom of the second inning. Kindred Vikings coming to bat with that 3-run lead. Here's a pitch by Finnberg Seth. Fastball misses. Ball 1. Bergseth does throw out of the full windup with nobody on. Here's a breaking ball over for a strike. 1 ball and 1 strike. Carson Getty on deck. And here's a 1-1 set in the pitch. Fastball, kind of a check swing, foul back into the screen. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Man, that flag is draped down, not blowing around at all right now.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a beautiful night.
Little cool, it started off at 64 degrees, which is great baseball playing weather. Overcast, cloudy. We're getting the baseball game in. Field looks great. Here's a 2-2 pitch. Fastball in there for strike 3. Baumgarten goes down looking. And there's 1 away. Second strikeout for Finn Bergseth. Brings up Carson Getty. He's the other strikeout. He struck out looking back in the first. And here's the pitch. Fastball in there for a strike. I'm still waiting for Carson Getty to hit one out of this ballpark. He's kind of got a swing that produces a lot of line drives and a lot of inside-out swings where he could lace the ball to left center field, but he could also pull the ball with authority. And this is 302 feet down the right field line here. In one of these games, he's going to hit one out down the right field line.
I selfishly hope that it's right now.
Here's the 1-2 set and the pitch. Fastball down low. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Here's a 2-2 pitch. Fastball misses inside, and it hit him.
Yep.
It hit Carson Getty, so he's aboard. Second batter that Bergseth has hit. The other one is Sawyer Hess, and he's coming to bat. Sawyer got hit with a pitch in the helmet, but it was a slow off-speed type pitch, hit him in the back of the helmet. He later came around to score on an RBI single by Graham Hess. His younger brother, another throw over to first base, and Carson Getty lands on the baseball. It was knocked down by the first baseman, Emineth, and then Carson Getty's chest landed on top of the baseball. And here's a pitch. Fastball misses. Kylan Swenson on deck. And the pitch. Fastball hit him again.
Did that hit him in the head?
It looked like it hit him in the helmet as well. Again, certainly nothing intentional. I don't think they have any animosity towards each other. It didn't seem like he was trying to throw up and in. He didn't want to put another runner aboard.
Yeah.
That's the third batter he's hit. Sawyer twice. Yeah. But I suppose when you're a batter and you get hit in the helmet twice, you're kind of looking out at the pitcher like, dude, plate's over here, man.
Yeah, whether it's intentional or not. You don't really start a baseball game intending to get hit in the head 2 times.
Yeah.
Let alone once. That's kind of bizarre.
Mike Boutain, the head coach for the Jets, comes out to talk to his pitcher, try to settle him down a little bit. He's got runners at first and second base with 1 out. Cleanup hitter Kylan Swenson. Let's talk about Kylan Swenson's at-bat. He was at an 0-2 count. Then it was 1-2, and then I think there's 3 or 4 foul balls in a row, and then eventually Kylan shelled one into right center field that drove in a run, a very hard-hit line drive, and that was the first run of the ball game.
Yeah, and you can tell just from that first at-bat, his intention is to get up there and swing the bat and put it in play. He is not looking to walk by any means.
Yeah. And with 2 hit batters in a row, the man that has a couple of different records for being hit is Kylan Swenson. And Kylan won't get out of the way either. He'll just stand there and take the ball. And the runner goes. Here's a line drive hit hard to deep center field. The center fielder goes back and makes a nice running catch and the runners won't be able to advance. Carson Getty was off on the pitch, so he had to run all the way back to second base in case the center fielder caught it, and he did. Evan Felber, the center fielder, went back, played it perfectly, rotated his hips, and ran straight back and made that catch. That's a very difficult play when the ball's hit directly at you. You have to judge the distance and things like that, and he played it well.
Yeah, and that's a very niche, tough situational play, but you would like to see Getty go back to second there, because if that does clear his head, he's scoring regardless. So you'd like to see him run back to second.
Big ol' hack by Graham Hess. He's 1 for 1. He had that RBI single back in the first. Good hack right there from Graham Hess. Looked like he got a fastball, and he took a big aggressive hack. This next pitch will be the 50th for Finn Bergseth. Remember, he threw 35 in the first inning. Looks in, gets his sign. And here's a pitch. Getty's off again. There's a foul ball again over the press box. 0-2 the count. Stanley Belaski is on deck. Outfield playing pretty much straight up. The left fielder is shaded more towards center field. Getty goes again. There's a high fly ball into shallow right field. The ball is caught. Carson Getty was going back, but there were 2 out. And so Beckham comes in to make the catch. So nothing doing on the hit batters. No runs scored. Vikings leave a couple runners stranded. At the end of 2, Vikings lead at 3-0 over the Jets on yourliveevent.com.
Holston Telephone Company delivers fast broadband internet, telephone, and cable TV to residents in this region, including Holston, Shelley, Neelsville, Climax, Fisher, Bigland, Gentilly in Minnesota, and Hillsborough, Caledonia, Gardner, and Argusville, North Dakota. Serving the area residents since 1904, Holston Telephone continues to create a bright future for this region using 100% fiber optic technology. Service plans offer flexibility and choices, and there's local support personnel ready to help. Contact Holston Telephone Company today.
For any accounting needs you may have, Todd Our World Certified Public Accountant has you covered. From income tax planning, preparation, and consulting for individuals and businesses. Todd Wold CPA would like to wish the best to the teams competing and thank the coaches and players for their hard work and dedication throughout the season on and off the field, as anything can happen every night at the Diamond. For more information, go online to wold-cpa.com. That's wold-cpa.com.
Jack McDonald back out on the mound for the Kindred Vikings. He'll face the 9-1-2 hitters for Fargo Post 2, the Jets. It'll be Evan Felber, followed by Sam Chase and Colby Ebling. Evan Felber, the center fielder, made a nice running catch that was hit straight at him and over his head. He turned his hips to the left and ran straight back and made a nice running catch that saved at least 1 run. He'll lead off. This is his first plate appearance. Jack McDonald has thrown 24 pitches through the first 2 innings. And the pitch, fastball, misses, ball 1. Graham Hess, the catcher. Here's a set, and the pitch, fastball in there for a strike. Kelby Erdman over at first base, Andy Traum at second, Stanley Belaski, the shortstop, Dylan Stone playing over at third base, Kylan Swenson in left, Brady Baumgarten center, Carson Getty in right field. Here's a pitch, swing and a miss on a breaking ball.
Good mix.
1 ball and 2 strikes. To the right-handed hitter, Evan Felber. And the pitch off speed, misses up. 2 balls and 2 strikes. A lot of chatter from the dugout and out on the field. Saying things like good miss, right around, right around. Here's a 2 ball, 2 strike pitch. Fastball, it looked like a slider actually. Swung on and missed. Strike 3.
There's honestly a lot of truth in that chatter. McDonald is, from what I can tell, he's kind of controlling this game right now. His presence on the mound is definitely being felt. He's throwing the ball really, really well and has a really good mix going on.
Yeah, and he's got some very confident body language, I'll say that.
Yeah.
Here's a pitch, fastball, misses away. He's able to field baseballs that he doesn't even see.
That's right. Doesn't even know the ball's in his glove, and he's just finds a way.
Here's a pitch, breaking ball down low, 1-1. In case you missed it, he had a ground ball, a hot shot right back to him. Skipped off his, I believe, his left calf, and his glove happened to be down there. It kind of bounced right into his glove. And he was looking around for the baseball, then he looked into his glove, and there it was.
So strike 1, fly ball.
3-0 the count. Sam chased the batter. He's 0 for 1. He grounded out. Here's a pitch in there for a strike. Sam chased the catcher. Right-handed hitter. Here's a 3-1 pitch from McDonald, swinging a ground ball up the middle, fielded by Belaski, fires across
Nice
over to
play.
Erdman in time for the out. And it's a 6-3 put out. Second time that Chase has grounded out to the shortstop. Hit that ball hard.
Yeah.
Belaski just went to his left and made a nice play.
It's a nice play by Belaski. That's exactly how that play is supposed to look. That was pretty textbook there.
2 down. Brings up Colby Ebling. He flew out to center field his first time up. And the pitch misses away, ball 1. We'll take a look at game changer here in a little bit. We'll see how the B Legion team is doing in Bismarck. Fastball up. B Legion's in Bismarck, and then tomorrow they're in Jamestown.
Okay.
So kind of a little bit of a road trip. Breaking ball in there for a strike. So they're playing a doubleheader tonight, doubleheader tomorrow. So the A Legion, a little thin on the bench tonight. Here's the 2-1 pitch, high fly ball, shallow right. Andy Trom goes back, calls for it, makes a catch. Getty was there as well. And it's a fly out, pop up to the second baseman, I guess. 1-2-3 inning. And at the end of 2.5, Kindred Vikings lead it by a score of 3-0. They're coming up on yourliveevent.com.
Stay up to date all year long with your live event from our social platforms with X, Facebook, and YouTube. From the latest coaches show to watch game broadcasts back on demand from earlier in the season. Search your live event on YouTube and hit subscribe.
Outside the 3-point arc. Pick and pop here with Spaeth into the left side corner 3. Good.
For the complete and most up-to-date schedule throughout the year, head to our website at yourliveevent.com.
Homegrown local radio is now worldwide with 24-hour streaming. Download the RJ Radio app to hear local voices from local radio with KRJB, KRJM, and KKCQ. 24 hours a day from anywhere. You can listen to your favorite programs like the RJ Family Morning Show, local news, farm markets, music, high school sports, church services, more from anywhere. KRJB, KRJM, and 96.7 KKCQ is streaming on the RJ Radio app. Download it to your device and take us with you wherever you go.
We head to the bottom of the 3rd inning. Kindred Vikings coming to bat. They'll have the 6, 7, 8 hitters up. Stanley Belaski, Dylan Stone, and Kelby Erdman. Starting pitcher Finn Bergseth. Out there again, he's thrown 51 pitches over 2 innings. Stanley Belaski steps to the plate. He reached on a fielder's choice back in the first. He's 0 for 1. Here's a quick update from Bismarck. The B Legion team is up by 3. They're got a score of 3-0 there as well. 3 runs, 8 hits, no errors for the Vikings. And for Bismarck, no runs, 2 hits, no errors. First pitch to Belaski is a ball here. Tyler Grunwald is the pitcher. Out in Bismarck, he's throwing 3 2/3 of shutout baseball. So there you go. We'll try to keep you updated on the B Legion team as well. 2 balls and no strikes to the batter, Stanley Belaski here. Bergseth out of the full windup, off speed, in there for a strike. Off speed breaking ball of some sort, in there for a strike. 2-1. Coach Josh Almaris coaching at third. Coach Nick Eggman coaching at first base. That pitch misses. 3 balls and a strike. And here's a 3-1. Fastball swinging a high fly ball into center field. Evan Felber's there. Much easier play this time. He's able to camp under it and make the catch.
Number 1 brings up number 9, third baseman Dylan Stone.
Been impressed with the outfield play at this Legion ball level. Every team that comes in here, of course the Kindred Vikings players have made some diving catches and amazing plays. Here's a pitch upstairs, ball 1 to Dylan Stone. Like we mentioned earlier, Evan Felber made an outstanding catch earlier in the ball game, robbed a run from the Kindred Vikings. Here's a 1-0 pitch, high pop fly. Right side of the infield, first baseman Emineth comes in and does a nice job of taking control, makes the catch. It's a pop up to the first baseman, and there's 2 down.
Number 15, first baseman Shelby Erdman.
Bergseth has set down 4 batters in a row, all via the air. A line out, a fly out, another fly out, now a pop up. Here's a pitch to Kelby Erdman. Big step, takes strike 1. He walked his first time up. Andy Trom is on deck. And here's a pitch. Off speed, high pop fly. Left side of the infield. The shortstop Ebling calls for it, makes a catch in a very quick inning for Bergseth. And he set down 5 in a row, his first 1-2-3 inning. At the end of 3, Kindred Vikings lead it 3-0 over the Jets on yourliveevent.com.
Keep your car moving along with the team at Elite Automotive Center in Fargo. What sets Elite Automotive Center apart from the herd is their truly extensive list of services. From brake and tire service to tune-ups and battery replacement, there's no job too big or small for their ASE certified technicians. Schedule your next oil change by going to EliteAutomotiveCenter.com or scan the QR code on your screen now. Never settle for standard service. Stop by Elite Automotive Center today in Fargo.
At Enbridge, we're focused on relationships. 23 Canadian First Nation and Métis communities now own an equity stake in Enbridge Athabasca Pipelines. In Minnesota, Enbridge has spent $450 million and counting, with Native-owned companies and in wages to tribal members working on Line 3. Every day brings new collaborations, partnerships, and possibilities. Learn more at Enbridge.com.
Top of the 4th inning. Post 2 Jets coming to bat. They'll have their 3, 4, and 5 hitters. Finn Bergseth, Eli Emineth, and Tate Barnacle. Down by 3 runs, the Jets are. They'll face, again, Jack McDonald. On the mound, Finn Bergseth, pitcher slash DH. He's 0 for 1. He grounded out to short his first time up. So Bergseth doing a nice job of settling down. He's set down 5 batters in a row, and after a 35-pitch first inning, he comes back in the 3rd and has a 9-pitch 3rd inning.
Yeah, after 35 in the first, that pitch count is actually looking pretty good now.
If my math suits me right, he's averaging 20 pitches in inning. He's up to 60 now.
Sounds just about
over
right.
3 innings. Here's a breaking ball over for strike 1 to Bergseth. 1-1 the count. McDonald throws out of the stretch full time. And the pitch. It's a breaking ball, got everybody. Got Graham Hess, got the home plate umpire, Josh Michelson. Everybody's okay. Looked like it hit pads and face masks, and everybody's all right. It's probably why they wear them, huh? Here's the 2-1 pitch, fastball down low, 3 balls and 1 strike.
This lead guy now, Joe.
Yeah, I'm not sure how much you'd have to pay me to stand behind the home plate if I didn't have a mask.
Here's the 3-1 pitch, breaking ball in there for a strike. Fills up the count. In case you're wondering, Jack McDonald has 43 pitches. Top of the 4th. Here's a set, here's a pitch, he missed. He walked him. First walk issued by McDonald, and it's a leadoff walk. Bergseth is aboard. Let's see if they will have a courtesy runner for the pitcher. You can do that again for the pitchers and the catchers. I can't catch this young man's number coming in to run. Number 1 is Bo Purdy. Courtesy running. Eli Emineth steps up. He grounded out to first baseman, or actually back to the pitcher. That was the one where McDonald fielded it off his calf and it found his glove. Pickoff attempt over at first. Purdy is back. Purdy is spelled P-U-R-D-Y. Bo is B-O. And here's the pitch. Bunt attempt is fouled back to the screen. Strike 1. Eli Emineth, the cleanup hitter, called on to bunt here. So I've never understood the number system. Have you ever played under that?
No, I was literally just going to ask if you know, because I heard 224 and 223. I would be curious to know what the difference is and what he's calling out right now. Obviously,
There's another bunt attempt. It's going to go foul.
They have like call sheets that they're looking at. I'm just not familiar with.
I'm not either,
Yeah.
and I don't really know. And people can coach how they want. I'm not criticizing
Absolutely,
anything,
yeah.
but I don't see it as a time saver.
Sure.
And I think that's what it was originally designed as, so they can't steal the signs. But
I might be giving myself too much credit, but I almost feel like I would be capable to figure that out quicker. I don't know, maybe not. I'd see how in-depth that call sheet is, but.
Yeah. Here's the 0-2 pitch. It's a breaking ball, misses outside. 1 ball and 2 strikes. So Eli Emineth fouled off 2 bunt attempts. Trying to move that runner into scoring position, trying to get on the board. Here's a 1-2 pitch from McDonald. Breaking ball is pounded out toward short. Belaski backhands it, fires across the diamond. It's not going to be in time. An infield single for Eli Emineth. I tell you what, some of these Jets can run. A couple of ground balls and good strong throws by the infielders for the Vikings, but tell you what, the Jets are just running it down and getting their infield singles.
Yeah, I mean, it's not like the Kindred is playing it poorly. It's just getting beat out.
Belaski went to the hole on his left side and made a nice backhanded stop. Got rid of it quickly. Strong throw. Emineth just flat out beat it out. Tate Barnacle, the batter. Ball 1. Runners on first and second. If you had your cleanup hitter bunt with the first runner on first base, you got to have your 5th batter bunt with runners in first and second, I would think. Here's a 1-0, and he looks like he's swinging away. He takes a strike. However, Tate Barnacle, the batter, did lace a single his first time up, hit the ball hard. 4-3-2 is the number. See if we could figure out the signs from up here.
Well, I know 224, so if I hear 224 again.
So I got to think it's a combination, like if it's an odd inning or an even inning, the number in the middle is odd, and that would be a bunt,
Something
or
like that,
something
yeah.
like that, or 1 is a steal, 2 is a bunt.
Sure.
I have no idea. And they almost got him picked off, but McDonald throws it into center field. They got a shot. Here's a throw to third base. It hits the runner. It hit Purdy, the courtesy runner, but it was a good, strong throw from Baumgarten. I thought it was going to possibly be an out. It'll be an error on Jack McDonald on the pitcher, and the runners both move up. A pickoff attempt, they had him, but the ball sailed into center field. Brady Baumgarten charged it nicely, made a nice, strong throw. It just happened to hit the runner sliding into third base, and everybody's safe. Count is 1-1 on the batter, Tate Barnacle. Again, 1 for 1 with a single. Here's a 1-0 pitch in there for a strike. 51 pitches now for Jack McDonald. Both teams now with an error. Here's a pitch, fastball up. Man, that fastball looked like it had a little zip on it.
Yeah.
McDonald reaching back for something a little extra there. Nobody out. Runners on second and third. Here's the set and the pitch. Swinging a line drive down the left field line. This could be trouble. It is a foul ball down the left field line. Woo! Very close.
I agree, but not incredibly definitively.
Yeah.
It looked like it was foul by 8 inches or less. That was tight.
So a foul ball down the left field line. It was hit hard. And Josh Michelson, the home plate umpire, and I would say the catcher, have the best view of that from down the line. And the pitch misses for a ball. It got away from Graham Hess. Looked like it was right in his glove, kind of skipped by him. The pitch missed. 3 balls and 2 strikes. So no wild pitch, no pass ball, nothing. No, the runners do not advance. It's a full count on the batter, Tate Barnacle, and he's barreled up a couple of baseballs tonight. Here's a 3-2, swinging a ground ball over towards first. Erdman fields it. He's going to flip to his pitcher, covering nicely over at first base in time for the out. So Purdy, the courtesy runner, comes across to score. Emineth moves up to third. It's a 3-1 putout. For the first out of the inning, it is an RBI for Tate Barnacle. And that'll bring up Ryan Oman. So it's 3-1. Jets get their first run across in the top of the 4th inning here. Ryan Oman steps to the plate. He's 1 for 1. He has a base hit. Pitches over for a strike. Oman didn't like that call. Kind of looked back at the umpire. Counts 0-1. And here's a pitch. In there for a strike. 0-2 to Ryan Oman. Jeremiah Beckham is on deck. 1 run, 3 hits, 1 error for the Jets. Vikings, 3 runs, 3 hits, 1 error. Top of the 4th inning, runner on third, 1 down. 0-2 pitch for McDonald. Way upstairs, 1 ball and 2 strikes. Wind's picking up a little bit, blowing out to left center field. Maybe straight out to left. And here's a 1-2 pitch for McDonald. Fastball lined in the air to right field. Carson Getty's got a good arm. Let's see if there's a play at the plate. Here's the throw. It's up the line, and it's going to score a run. It's going to be a sacrifice fly for Ryan Oman.
Oman with a sacrifice fly to right.
Second out is recorded. Getty made the catch, came up throwing a strong throw, but it was up the third base line. And the run, Eli Emineth comes across to score to make it 3-2. An RBI and a sacrifice fly for Ryan Oman. Scores Eli Emineth 3-2. Kindred Vikings over the Jets. Top of the 4th inning. Nobody on, 2 down. Jeremiah Beckham lined out to right field his last time up. Hit the ball hard, but Carson Getty was there.
For anyone keeping track, that was pitch 60 for McDonald too. So both pitchers at 60 now.
And here's a pitch. Fastball lined into left field. Solid base hit. Jeremiah Beckham has barreled the ball a couple of times as well today. Now he has a hit to show for it. 4 hits now for the Jets. All right, I'm taking off my sunglasses again.
It's time.
I think it's time. I think I'm good now. I think the lights will probably come on here before the end of this ball game. I'm thinking. Maybe. Dan Nathan apparently makes that call.
If it's up to Dan Nathan, no one knows.
Yeah. Jack McDonald wants a new baseball. Andrew Peralt, the batter. Right-handed hitter for the Jets. He's 0 for 1. He struck out to end the 2nd inning. And here's the set and the pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 1. Jets come up with a couple of runs in the top of the 4th inning. Still batting with 2 outs and a man on first base. Evan Felber is on deck. And here's the 0-1 pitch, swinging a foul. No balls and 2 strikes. The pitch limit is 105, so McDonald's pitch count's looking pretty decent. Should he want to throw a complete game. And here's the 0-2. Breaking ball, swinging a ground ball. Dylan Stone charges. Can't get it out of his glove, and he throws late. I think that'll be an infield single as well. Infield base hit. Dylan Stone charged it nicely, fielded it. Looked like he had difficulty exchanging the glove hand, getting the ball out of his glove. Threw late. So we're going to call it an infield single. 5 hits now for the Jets. Evan Felber steps up. He's 0 for 1 with a strikeout. And here's a pitch. Fastball down low, ball 1.
You're right, Jack. Go get this guy. Get our bats going.
Runners on first and second. 1 ball, no strikes. And here's a ball in the dirt. It's going to skip away, and it's going to be a wild pitch, and the runners will move up to second and third base.
This feels like one of those really pivotal moments in the game here.
Yeah.
It's like we talked about in the first inning. Now on the flip side, if you look at the scoreboard, Kindred is still in control of this game. It's just, once again, it doesn't feel like it. It feels like the momentum is with Post 2, and you like to see what McDonald can do here. Is he going to deliver, or is he...
And Josh Almeida's feeling that same way. I believe he goes out to talk to his infield and his pitcher just to kind of calm things down a little bit and just saying, hey, look, we're still in this game. We still got a lead. We still got a lot of at-bats left. So this isn't the end of the world. If a run or 2 scores here, it's not the end of the world. But just keep focused. He's thrown a lot of pitches, so I think he wanted to give him a little bit of rest, kind of shake the cobwebs out a little bit and calm things down. It is a 2-0 count on the center fielder, Evan Felber. Tying run at third. Go-ahead run at second. The hitters count. Here's the set. And the pitch. Off speed is in there for a strike. Inning started with a walk, then a single. Ground out RBI, sac fly, single, single. Here's a pitch, outside, 3 balls and 1 strike. Now first base is open, so a walk is also not the end of the world here. However, like Quisling just said, you go to the top of the order. Here's a 3-1 pitch, fastball. He missed. He walked him. Bases are loaded. Sam Chase, the batter. He's the catcher in tonight's ball game. He's 0 for 2. He's grounded out to shortstop twice. Beckham on at third. Peralt on at second. Evan Felber now on at first base after drawing that walk. Second walk of the inning allowed by Jack McDonald. I'm not sure what's going on in the third base dugout, but there's having some sort of a... Yeah, looked like they're doing some sort of a skull chant.
I think they're just Justin Jefferson fans, if I had to guess.
Sam Chase, the batter, and the pitch. Fastball in there for a strike. 70 pitches thrown down by Jack McDonald. Trying to maintain the lead. Sam Chase trying to change the score. Here's the 0-1 pitch. Breaking ball outside. 1 ball and 1 strike.
This is going to be one of the at-bats that we remember from this game. This is by far the most important at-bat we've seen.
And here's a 1-1 set. And the pitch. Off speed. In there for a strike.
Good pitch.
Now he's got a pitcher's count. In the history of Major League Baseball, we'll do some trivia here. Who has a record for the highest batting average with 2 strikes? Here's a pitch. Here's a little looper into shallow right. It's going to fall in there for a hit. It's going to score 1 run. It's going to score 2 runs, and the throw gets away. This might score 3 runs, and it will. Disaster for the Kindred Vikings on that play. A 2-run single, and then a throwing error scores another run. As Beckham comes across the score on the hit, Peralt scores on the hit, Felber scores on the error by the right fielder. And it's a big 2-run single for Sam Chase. He will end up at second base on that same throw. And now, post 2 will bat around. Swinging a ground ball right back to the pitcher. McDonald has it. He throws on to first base in time for the out. And it's a 1-3 put out. But the Jets pick up a bunch of runs. They come up with 5 and take the lead 5-3 with the Vikings coming to bat in the bottom of the 4th on yourliveevent.com.
Express Lane Marathon in Kindred is your neighborhood convenience store where convenience meets quality, whether you're fueling up with Marathon's top-tier fuel or grabbing a quick snack. Express Lane has you covered. From hot stuff pizza, smash hit subs, premium soft-serve ice cream, gas, diesel, and propane exchange. Make sure to use your Marathon app and get 7 cents back per gallon all summer long. Now offering premium 91 non-ethanol fuel. Express Lane is your friendly and locally owned convenience store.
Buying, selling, or leasing commercial real estate or farmland in the Fargo, Moorhead, and surrounding area? From office to retail, industrial to multifamily, commercial land to farmland. As the #1 commercial, sales, and leasing brokerage in the FM region, Goldmark Commercial has the experience and skills to handle all of your commercial real estate and farmland needs with the highest levels of customer service and marketing around. Trust the experts at Goldmark Commercial Real Estate to lead your team to success.
Green Earth Landscaping offers a full range of services, including commercial and residential landscape design and installation, maintenance and sprinkler services. From outdoor kitchens to patios, retaining walls, lighting, fine grade, sod and hydroseed, and anything in between, Green Earth Landscaping has you covered, servicing the Fargo Moorhead area and beyond. For more information, go online to greenearthnd.com. That's greenearthnd.com.
And we're back. We head to the bottom of the fourth inning. Kindred Vikings will send the 9 1 and 2 hitters up against the starting pitcher Finn Bergseth. Big 2-run single for the Jets in the top of the fourth inning. The hit scored 2, and then an error scored a third run, giving the Jets the 5-3 lead. Andy Traum batting. It's a high pop fly into center field. Felber comes on and makes the catch, and there's one away. How about Bergseth? Bergseth has set down the last 6 batters he faced. He hit Carson Getty, then he hit Sawyer Hess in the helmet again, and then set down the next 6 batters in a row. So we head to the top of the order with Brady Baumgarten. He's 1 for 2 with a single and a strikeout. Now he hits a first pitch and grounds out to the third baseman, Peralt, and he throws over to Emineth in time, and quickly there's 2 down. 2 outs. Now Sam Chase hit that ball, that 2-run single, with 2 strikes, and I asked the trivia question, who has the highest Major League batting average with 2 strikes on them? And we had some guesses up here. I heard Tony Oliva, I heard Rod Carew. Wade Boggs was a very good guess. He's number 2 at 262, career batting average with 2 strikes. The next highest, the top, Tony Gwynn, and it's not even close. Tony Gwynn with a 302 batting average with 2 strikes in his career.
302?
A 302 batting average with 2 strikes on him.
Wow.
The next highest, Wade Boggs at 262.
40 points, wow.
And here's the 2-1 pitch. It's upstairs. 3 balls and 1 strike. Carson Getty, the batter, he struck out and was hit by a pitch. Here's a 3-1 in there for a strike. And the pitch, swing and a line drive, base hit into left center field. This will be extra bases for Carson Getty. He's got some wheels. Throw comes into second base, and it's not going to be in time. A stand-up double for Carson Getty.
Getty with a double. Brings up number 3, designated hitter, Sawyer Hess.
Sawyer Hess steps to the plate. He's been hit in the helmet by 2 different pitches. And I believe both were kind of like off-speed pitches. You know, there's certainly nothing intentional, so he's gotten to first base. He has scored a run. But Sawyer Hess in a position, he can tie this up with 1 swing of the bat. 5-3 lead for post 2 over post 117. And here's the set and the pitch from Bergseth. Swing and a little ground ball out towards third. Peralt has it, fires across the diamond in time for the out, and it's a 5-3 putout. And the Vikings come up with no runs. They do have a hit, leave 1 runner stranded. At the end of 4 innings, it's a 5-3 lead for the Jets over the Vikings on YourLiveEvent.com.
Make your stop before or after the game at the Knickerbocker in Hickson, North Dakota. Stop out throughout the week for mouth-watering lunch specials weekdays and mark Friday nights down on the calendar for prime rib, ribeye steak, or some walleye at the Knickerbocker. For more information or to find out about daily specials, give the Knickerbocker a like on Facebook by searching the Knickerbocker. Great food and good people. You can find it all at the Knickerbocker in Hickson, North Dakota. For any accounting needs you may have, Todd Our World Certified Public Accountant has you covered. From income tax planning, preparation, and consulting for individuals and businesses. Todd Wold CPA would like to wish the best to the teams competing and thank the coaches and players for their hard work and dedication throughout the season on and off the field, as anything can happen every night at the Diamond. For more information, go online to wold-cpa.com. That's wold-cpa.com.
Head to the top of the 5th inning. The Fargo Post 2 Jets battered around. They came up with 5 runs in the top of the 4th inning, have a 5-3 lead. And they'll lead off with their pitcher slash designated hitter, Finn Bergseth. He started it all off with a walk, He had a courtesy runner come in to score for him, and that position did score the first run of the game for the Jets. So Bergseth is 0 for 1. He grounded out to short and walked. And then again, his position did score a run. The run is actually credited to the courtesy runner. Here's a pitch in there for a strike. 0-1 the count. Jack McDonald back out on the mound. Kicks and fires. Fastball in there for a strike. Heading into the top of the fourth, the Jets had 2 hits. They pounded out 4 hits in that fourth inning. Here's a breaking ball, pounded foul. Count remains 0-2.
As just a fan of baseball in general, I'm pretty curious to see how McDonald responds to that last inning here.
Here's the 0-2 set, and the pitch. Off speed is fouled again up the third baseline. Dylan Stone comes in and touches it, makes it officially a foul ball. It'll be Bergseth, Eli Emeneth, and Tate Barnacle. .78 pitches thrown now by Jack McDonald. After throwing 35 in the first inning, Bergseth now has 70. So he's threw 35 in the first, and then over the next 3 innings, threw another 35. This pitch misses in. 1 ball and 2 strikes. To Finn Bergseth. Here's a pitch from McDonald. Outside. 2 balls and 2 strikes. 5 runs, 6 hits, 1 error for the Jets. Kindred Vikings with 3 runs, 4 hits, and 2 errors. Wind blowing out. Here's the pitch. Fastball up. He walked him. We must have missed a pitch in there. Okay, no, we didn't miss a pitch. Scoreboard operator was correct. Yeah. Getting a little ribbing and trying to sneak down to first base with ball 3. It's not how that works.
You know it's bad when your own coach and teammates are, are chirping you.
Yep. You got the umpire, you got the press box. Now he takes ball 4. Now we'll run down there. He's sure about this one. We'll probably have a courtesy runner, so he'll get an earful when he gets into the dugout when he hears about this. Yeah, here comes Bo Purdy. On to courtesy run, and the lights do come on.
There you go.
Bo Purdy to courtesy run. Eli Emeneth will step up. He's 1 for 2. He grounded out and singled and scored a run. That was in the 4th. Everybody batted for the Jets in the 4th. There's a bunt attempt. It's up the line. It's a good one. Stone charges, throws onto first base. Can't get it out of his glove again. And the throw is low and in the dirt. I believe that's an infield hit again, or we're going to give him an error. I'm going to score that an error. It will be a sacrifice bunt for Emeneth, but he reaches on the error.
That was an awesome bunt.
It was a very good bunt and well placed.
That was pretty nice.
So Purdy does move up to second base. So give Emeneth credit for the sacrifice bunt, but he reaches on the E5. And here's a pitch. The batter, Tate Barnacle, does show bunt. Takes ball 1. He's 1 for 2. He singled on a line drive, and then in his at-bat, he later would ground out and get an RBI. But in that at-bat, he hit a bullet down the left field line that was just foul. So he's barreled the ball a couple of times. Here's a 1-0, and here's another barreled ball. This is the center fielder, Brady Baumgarten. He goes back and makes a catch. Runners will not advance on the line out to straightaway center field, and there's 1 away. Baumgarten played that one well.
Yep, that kind of feels like a bullet dodge there. That was hit very well.
I think Barnacle, every time he's come up, he had that hard single, and then he hit that bullet down the left field line. That was probably his hardest hit baseball.
Yep.
But then he just smoked one to straightaway center field, but he's out. Here's another line drive. This one's in the right center field. That one's down for a hit. This will score a run. Getty throws it into the infield. Not cut off by the infield, but nothing to do, and runners will not advance any further. So Purdy comes across to score his second run of the game. Emineth makes it over to third base, and it's an RBI single for Ryan Oman. He's now 2 for 2 with a sacrifice fly and his second run batted in. 6-3 lead for the Jets. That'll bring up Jeremiah Beckham. He's 1 for 2. He's lined out and singled. He also scored a run in the fourth. 1 out, runners on first and third. 3-run lead for the Jets. They put up 5 in the fourth, now 1 here in the fifth. And the pitch, fastball. Runner goes, throw down to second base, goes into center field. So Emineth is going to come across the score on the error. Going to have to give it to the catcher. He was not going to try to steal. Ullman steals second base. Emineth scores on the error. 4 errors now for the Vikings. And it's a 7-3 lead for the Jets. Pitch was a ball. 1-0 the count to Jeremiah Beckham. 2-0. What the Vikings tried to do there was fake like they were cutting it off and have the throw go all the way through so they could hopefully get the runner stealing. Ball sailed into center field. Pitch is over for a strike. 2 balls and a strike. 90 pitches now thrown by Jack McDonald. Looks like Max Bernier warming up in the bullpen. Here's a pitch, ground ball over to the left side. Belaski fields it, fires across the diamond in time for the out. It's a 6-3 putout. Second out of the inning. Ryan Oman does a nice job and scoots over to third base. 7-3 lead for the Jets. Top of the fifth. Andrew Peralt steps up. He's 1 for 2 with a strikeout and a single. He did score a run back in the fourth. Swings and misses, strike 1. Again, the pitch limit in American Legion Baseball is 105. Here's the 0-1 pitch. In there for a strike.
So once you get to 105, are you automatically done, or do you get to finish an at-bat? Or how
you get to finish an at-bat.
Okay.
So if you start with 104, you start an at-bat, and you have a 10-pitch at-bat, you can throw as many pitches as the at-bat.
Gotcha.
Swing and a miss, strike 3. And Peralt goes down, but the Jets do come up with a couple of runs. A couple of errors. They did pound out a hit, and they have a 7-3 lead. The Vikings coming to bat in the bottom of the fifth on yourliveevent.com.
Keep your car moving along with the team at Elite Automotive Center in Fargo. What sets Elite Automotive Center apart from the herd is their truly extensive list of services. From brake and tire service to tune-ups and battery replacement, there's no job too big or small for their ASE certified technicians. Schedule your next oil change by going to EliteAutomotiveCenter.com or scan the QR code on your screen now. Never settle for standard service. Stop by Elite Automotive Center today in Fargo.
For trusted news, weather, and sports from your community, look to R&J Broadcasting Incorporated, KRJB, KRJM, and KKCQ Radio, and RJBroadcasting.com. Hear local voices from local radio with news and information from the area. Your information stations, KRJB, KRJM, and KKCQ Radio, and RJBroadcasting.com, local voices from local radio.
Kindred Vikings coming to bat in the bottom of the fifth inning. They'll have the 4, 5, and 6 hitters, Kylan Swenson, Graham Hess, and Stanley Belaski. Kylan Swenson has barreled the ball a couple of times. Here's a pitch, high fly ball into right field. Beckham's underneath it. First pitch swinging, and there's one away. A fly out to right field. Beckham's got it.
Fly out to right. Throw number 1 brings up number 4, catcher Graham Hess.
That'll bring up Graham Hess. He's 1 for 2, an RBI single and a fly out to right field. Finn Bergseth on the mound. He's thrown 71 pitches now. There's a line drive into left, and that's going to hold up for the left fielder. 2 pitches, 2 outs. Line out to the left fielder.
Route number 2 brings up number 0, shortstop, Stanley Belaski.
So Stanley Belaski steps to the plate. He's 0 for 2. He reached on a fielder's choice and flew out. Now, I got to think Stanley Belaski is getting a take sign here. 2 pitches, 2 outs after giving up 5 runs in the 4th, 2 runs in the 5th. Swing and a high fly ball into right field. Beckham is there. And how about Bergseth? A 3-pitch inning. A 3-pitch inning, and he set down 4 in a row.
7-3 Jets.
And at the end of 5, 7-3 Jets on yourliveevent.com.
Buying, selling, or leasing commercial real estate or farmland in the Fargo, Moorhead, and surrounding area? From office to retail, industrial to multifamily, commercial land to farmland. As the #1 commercial, sales, and leasing brokerage in the FM region, Goldmark Commercial has the experience and skills to handle all of your commercial real estate and farmland needs with the highest levels of customer service and marketing around. Trust the experts at Goldmark Commercial Real Estate to lead your team to success.
Green Earth Landscaping offers a full range of services, including commercial and residential landscape design and installation, maintenance and sprinkler services. From outdoor kitchens to patios, retaining walls, lighting, fine grade, sod and hydroseed, and anything in between, Green Earth Landscaping has you covered, servicing the Fargo Moorhead area and beyond. For more information, go online to greenearthnd.com. That's greenearthnd.com.
And we're back. We head to the top of the 6th inning, and I am remiss. We did have a trivia question earlier, and there were some guesses up here. There was Don Mattingly. We're talking about the highest batting average with 2 strikes on them. Dan Nathan guessed Don Mattingly first, and then Wade Boggs, which was a great guess because Wade Boggs is number 2 at the 262 batting average. Paul Quislen did guess Rod Carew, Tony Oliva, but his third guess was Tony Gwynn, and that was the correct answer. Here's a ground ball on the first pitch. We've had 4 pitches and 4 outs.
Yeah.
That's crazy. Evan Felber on the first pitch swings and grounds out to Andy Trom, and there's 1 away.
It's almost like the mentality is if you're going to get out, may as well just rip the Band-Aid off.
Sam Chase, the batter. He's 1 for 3. Takes a ball outside, and that breaks the streak. Sam Chase had that big 2-strike base hit in the 4th inning, giving his team the lead. And the 1-0 is in there for a strike. 3 runs actually scored on the play. He had a 2-run single, and there was a throwing error, letting the runner from third score. 7-3 lead for the Jets over the Vikings. Jack McDonald still out there. Here's a ground ball pounded out to short. Belaski has it, fires over to Kelby Erdman. He's just going to tag the runner again and prevent the error. It's a 6-3 put out.
Right now, McDonald is at 98 pitches, and if we keep at this pace, there is a small chance he gets to finish this ball game.
He can complete the game.
Yeah,
7 inning
a
complete
small
game.
I'm not going to bet on it, but there's a small chance.
Colby Ebling steps up. He's 0 for 3. Takes ball 1. He's flown out, popped up, and grounded out. Colby Ebling, the shortstop. And the pitch, swing and a ground ball, foul. Now at 100 pitches. Again, the limit is 105. Max Bernier was warming up down the right field line. Here's a 1-1 in there for a strike. If he gets, well, it's still possible because you don't have to stop at that 105. If you have If you start a batter with 104 pitches, you can finish the next batter out and hit the batter. So 4 in a row set down by McDonald. That's spoiled by the hit batter. Ebling to first base. That'll bring up the pitcher, Finn Bergseth. He's 0 for 1, but he's walked a couple of times, and his courtesy runner came on to score a couple of runs for him. Finn Bergseth threw 35 pitches in that first inning, gave up the 3 runs, and then from there, he's thrown 38 pitches over the next 4 innings, averaging less than 10 an inning.
That's wild.
Including that last inning, where he had a 3-pitch inning. 2 flyouts to right and a line drive out to left. Jack McDonald trying to work his way out of this inning. Here's a foul ball by Bergseth. 0-1 the count. Looks like the Minnesota Twins win their ball game by a score of 10-1. Here's the 0-1 pitch. Off speed away. And Ebling will scamper down to second base on the wild pitch. That was pitch number 104. So McDonald will not get that complete game. And here's a pitch. Fastball away. 2 balls and a strike. 7 runs, 7 hits, 1 error for the Jets. Vikings, 3 runs, 4 hits, and 4 errors. Here's a 2-1 pitch. Off speed, down low. 3 balls and 1 strike. And the 3-1, swinging a little pop-up behind first base. This could be trouble if it's fair. It is not fair. It's a lands foul for strike number 2. Finn Bergseth, the batter. After the 3-run first inning, he's really settled down and thrown a nice ball game. And despite the score, Jack McDonald has thrown the ball very well tonight.
He has.
He's given up the 7 hits. There were some errors. Here's a line drive into right field. That's going to fall down for a base hit. A line drive single into right field. And Colby Ebling comes across the score. It's a line drive base hit. RBI single for Bergseth. He'll have a courtesy runner come on to run for him, and there will be a pitching change. Looks like Max Bernier is coming on to pitch in replace of Jack McDonald, who threw 108 pitches, responsible for the man on first. But a good game overall for Jack McDonald. He threw the baseball well, gives his teammates some 5s, and we'll take a break as Max Bernier comes in and throws his warm-up pitches on yourliveevent.com.
Holston Telephone Company delivers fast broadband internet, telephone, and cable TV to residents in this region, including Holston, Shelley, Neillsville, Climax, Fisher, Bigland, Gentilly in Minnesota, and Hillsborough, Caledonia, Gardner, and Argosville, North Dakota. Serving the area residents since 1904, Holston Telephone continues to create a bright future for this region using 100% fiber optic technology. Service plans offer flexibility and choices, and there's local support personnel ready to help. Contact Holston Telephone Company today.
For any accounting needs you may have, Todd Our World Certified Public Accountant has you covered. From income tax planning, preparation, and consulting for individuals and businesses. Todd Wold CPA would like to wish the best to the teams competing and thank the coaches and players for their hard work and dedication throughout the season on and off the field, as anything can happen every night at the Diamond. For more information, go online to wold-cpa.com. That's wold-cpa.com. Stay up to date all year long with your live event from our social platforms with X, Facebook, and YouTube. From the latest coaches show to watch game broadcasts back on demand from earlier in the season. Search your live event on YouTube and hit subscribe.
Outside the three-point arc. Pick and pop here with Spaeth into the left side corner. Three, good.
For the complete and most up-to-date schedule throughout the year, head to our website at yourliveevent.com.
And we're back. Max Bernier is done with his warm-up pitches. First batter he'll face will be the first baseman, Eli Emineth. Here's a set, and the pitch swing and a line drive over to Stanley Belaski. He's going to catch that one easily. We'll call it a line out, kind of a line out, pop-up sort of thing, and one pitch, one out. Third out is recorded. However, Jets do come up with a run, and they lead it by a score of 8-3 with the Kindred Vikings coming to bat on yourliveevent.com.
Homegrown local radio is now worldwide with 24-hour streaming. Download the RJ Radio app to hear local voices from local radio with KRJB, KRJM, and KKCQ 24 hours a day from anywhere. You can listen to your favorite programs like the RJ Family Morning Show, local news, farm markets, music, high school sports, church services, more from anywhere. KRJB, KRJM, and 96.7 KKCQ is streaming on the RJ Radio app. Download it to your device and take us with you wherever you go.
Keep your car moving along with the team at Elite Automotive Center in Fargo. What sets Elite Automotive Center apart from the herd is their truly extensive list of services. From brake and tire service to tune-ups and battery replacement, there's no job too big or small for their ASE certified technicians. Schedule your next oil change by going to EliteAutomotiveCenter.com or scan the QR code on your screen now. Never settle for standard service. Stop by Elite Automotive Center today in Fargo.
And we're back. Kindred Vikings coming to bat. They'll have the 7, 8, 9 hitters to face the starting pitcher for the Jets. Finn Bergseth. It'll be Dylan Stone, Kelby Erdman, and Andy Traum. That ends the line on Jack McDonald. He goes 5 2/3 innings pitched. Allows 8 hits, 8 runs allowed, 6 of them earned, walks 3, strikes out 3. First pitch is a strike to Dylan Stone. Here's a little chopper up the third base line. This could be trouble, and it's going to be, and Dylan Stone's going to have himself an infield single.
And after a 3-pitch inning, Dylan Stone says, I don't care. I'm coming out and I'm swinging the bat. You know what? It worked out.
He did take a pitch, though, so he had a strike on him.
Oh, he swung at that one.
Oh, did he?
Yeah, he did.
Oh, okay, I was looking down at my scorebook, and
oh no, he was swinging.
So yeah, well, he comes out hacking. He gets a board. Pays off for him.
I don't hate it.
Here's a pitch to Kelby Erdman. Yeah.
These Vikings, I mean, if anything, they want to hit the ball.
That's a 5th hit for the Vikings. Kelby Erdman at the plate. He's walked and popped out to the shortstop. 0 for 1. Kelby's got some pop. Throw over to first base once again. Dylan Stone is back safely. 8 runs, 8 hits, 1 error for Fargo Post 2. Kindred Vikings, 3 runs, 5 hits, and 4 errors. Off speed is over for strike 2 to Kelby Erdman. Andy Traum is on deck. Swinging a ground ball foul over to Josh Almaris. This is game 1 of a doubleheader. Both of these are counter games. We'll have both games for you on yourliveevent.com. I'm Mike Bernier along with Greg Kramer. Greg running the camera, the controls over there. Here's the 0-2 pitch is outside, ball 1. Easy for me to say. What a great service this is on yourliveevent.com. Thank you to all of our sponsors for letting us do this. A lot of fun. Throw over to first base. Dylan Stone is back in plenty of time. Vikings need base runners. Here's a pitch. Swinging a line drive into right field. Down for a base hit. And Stone is thrown out at second base. It's not going to be a hit for Kelby Erdman. He's going to reach first base on a fielder's choice. It's going to be a 9-6 putout. Little tough to read there for Dylan Sohn because it wasn't obvious that the right fielder wasn't going to come on and make the catch. So he kind of held up, but once it fell, he started running towards second. Right fielder Beckham just made a nice throw to his shortstop, and they recorded it out. So it just goes down as a fielder's choice.
Yeah.
No hit. So 1 out with a runner on first base. Andy Traum, the batter. Takes ball 1. Traum is 0 for 2. He barreled one up and hit one out to right field, but he was out. Then he flew out to center field. Check swing over for a strike. 81 pitches now thrown by Bergseth. And that pitch count is incredible considering his first inning of 35. That one's over for a strike as well.
I do think if the pitch count took into consideration the pickoff moves, we might be north of 100 though.
Here's a 1-2 pitch. Fastball. Called strike 3 on the outside part of the plate. Traum is 0 for 3. 2 outs recorded. Back to the top of the order for the Vikings. It'll bring up Brady Baumgarten. Brady is 1 for 3. He singled in the first inning, came around to score. He struck out looking and grounded out. And the pitch in there for a strike. Another throw over to first base. Erdman again landed on the baseball. Getty did that earlier, where the ball kind of skipped over to the first baseman. He knocked it down, and then it just kind of trickled out in front of the base runner as they dive back to first base and landed with their breastbone right on the baseball. Here's a ball in the dirt. It's going to skip away from the catcher. Not far enough for Erdman to advance. You're down by 5 runs. You don't want to take any chances getting thrown out on the base paths. So Erdman wisely stays at first base. Here's a 1-1 set, and the pitch, it's up. 2 balls and a strike to Brady Baumgarten. Carson Getty is on deck. And here's a 2-1. Misses. 3 balls and a strike. 5-run lead for the Fargo Post 2 Jets. Here's a pitch from Bergseth. Swinging a ground ball towards the hole. The shortstop, Ebling, has it. Throws wildly up the first base line. I think that's an infield single anyway. Let's see what they give him up here. Infield base hit.
Yeah, I think he was gonna beat that out regardless.
So an infield single, Brady's second hit of the ball game. Puts runners at first and second base.
Now Getty had a really nice single out to left center last at bat.
Yeah, he's 1 for 2. He struck out, was hit by the pitch. And the pitch grounded hard over towards second base. Barnacle has it. He'll go the short way over to the shortstop, and that'll end the inning. So it's a 4-6 fielder's choice for the third out of the inning. At the end of 6, Fargo Jets with 8, Kindred Vikings with 3. We head to the top of the 7th on yourliveevent.com.
At Enbridge, we're focused on relationships. 23 Canadian First Nation and Métis communities now own an equity stake in Enbridge Athabasca Pipelines. In Minnesota, Enbridge has spent $450 million and counting, with Native-owned companies and in wages to tribal members working on Line 3. Every day brings new collaborations, partnerships, and possibilities. Learn more at Enbridge.com.
Express Lane Marathon in Kindred is your neighborhood convenience store where convenience meets quality, whether you're fueling up with Marathon's top-tier fuel or grabbing a quick snack. Express Lane has you covered. From hot stuff pizza, smash hit subs, premium soft serve ice cream, gas, diesel, and propane exchange. Make sure to use your Marathon app and get 7 cents back per gallon all summer long. Now offering premium 91 non-ethanol fuel. Express Lane is your friendly and locally owned convenience store.
Fargo Post 2 comes to bat. They'll have their 5, 6, and 7 hitters to bat. It'll be Tate Barnacle, Ryan Oman, Jeremiah Beckham. To bat against Max Bernier. He threw one pitch, kind of a soft line out for Eli Emineth, ended the 6th inning. So Max Bernier on to pitch. Here's the set and the pitch in there for a strike. Here's the set and the pitch by Bernier out of the full windup with nobody on base. And the 0-1. Off speed, misses away, 1-1. Tate Barnacle, the batter, he's singled, grounded out, and that scored a run, so he got an RBI, and he lined out to center field. So 1 for 3. Here's a 1-2 in there for a strike. And here's a 1-2 set and the pitch. Max Bernier, where's number 7? Kicks, fires, swinging a high pop fly right side of the infield. Caleb Beardsman is under it. He's got it. 1 away. 1 down. Trying to get you an update from that B Legion matchup. Well, it looks like the Kindred Vikings B Legion loses it. Looks like they're walked off in the bottom of the 7th inning. They lose by a score of 4-3 out in Bismarck. Here's a pitch in there for a strike. The batter now here is Ryan Ullman. He's 2 for 2 with a sacrifice fly, so he has 2 runs batted in. One of his singles scored a run. Here's the 0-1 to him. It misses. 1 ball and 1 strike. Here's a 1-1 pitch. Max Bernier rocks and fires. Fastball hit him. So Ryan Ullman hit by a pitch. That'll bring up Jeremiah Beckham. Beckham is 1 for 3. He lined out to right, singled and scored a run in the 4th inning, and then grounded out. Bernier looks on, gets a sign from his catcher, Graham Hess. Throw over to first base is a little bit wild. Erdman knocks it down. And here's the set and the pitch. Fastball grounded out towards second base. Nice play by Traum. He flips over to his shortstop. What a play by Andy Traum.
Wow.
Beautiful diving play with the backhand, and he's going to get an out.
It's a heck of a play. That would have been fun to see Stanley turn and fire that thing over to first and get him.
4-6 put out for the second out of the inning. Ball was hit pretty hard, but Traum had a good jump on it. Dove with his backhand. Fielded it cleanly with his glove. Had the wherewithal to get up and pitch it over to Stanley Belaski for the second out of the inning. Andrew Peralt, the batter. Ball 1. He's 1 for 3. He struck out twice. He singled and scored a run as well. Top of the 7th inning. 1 runner aboard. 2 outs. 1-0 of the count. Bernier looks on. Kicks, fires, fastball inside. 2 balls and no strikes. Here's a 2-0 set. And the pitch. Inside, 3 balls and no strikes. 9th batter, Evan Felber, is on deck. And here's the 3-0. In there for a strike. 3 balls and 1 strike to Andrew Peralt. Bernier sets, kicks and fires, swinging a line drive into right center field. That's down for a hit. Getty will cut it off, and it'll be a line drive single. And Beckham will reach third base. On the play, goes from first to third. Andrew Peralt pounds out his second hit of the ball game. 9 hits now for the Jets. And that'll bring up Evan Felber, the center fielder. He's 0 for 2. He struck out, walked and scored a run, and grounded out. That, of course, according to my chicken scratching on my scorebook down here, with my fine mechanical pencils. And here's a pitch inside, ball 1. Runners on first and third. 2 down. Here's a ground ball over towards second base. Traum has it go between his legs, and a run is going to score. Here's the throw down to third base. It's not going to be in time. Nobody covering second, and the runner's going to advance on the throw. So it'll be E4. No RBI for Felber. Jeremiah Beckham comes across to score the run. It's 9-3 in favor of the Jets. Peralt scampers down to third base. And Felber will advance a second on the throw. Is there a second error on the play? Yeah, the throw over to third base was a little bit wild, so we're going to give another error. So 2 errors on the play, 6 errors now by the Vikings. Here's the set by Bernier. Pitches over for a strike to Sam Chase. Sam Chase, when he's not grounding out to shortstop, he's done that 3 times. He's hitting a huge 2-run single back in the 4th inning.
Yep.
That gave the Jets the lead, and they haven't looked back. Here's the 0-1 pitch from Bernier. And he kicks and fires. Off speed is a fly ball into center field. Brady Baumgarten comes on quickly and makes the catch. And that's a final out of the 7th inning.
The Jets get one here in the 7th. They lead 9-3. The Vikings are coming to bat.
Jets do come up with a run without the benefit of, they did have 1 base hit, I'm sorry. So they did have 1 hit. They leave a couple runners stranded. At the end of 6.5, it's a 9-3 lead for the Jets, with the Vikings coming to bat in their last hopes on yourliveevent.com.
Buying, selling, or leasing commercial real estate or farmland in the Fargo, Moorhead, and surrounding area? From office to retail, industrial to multifamily, commercial land to farmland. As the #1 commercial sales and leasing brokerage in the FM region, Goldmark Commercial has the experience and skills to handle all of your commercial real estate and farmland needs with the highest levels of customer service and marketing around. Trust the experts at Goldmark Commercial Real Estate to lead your team to success.
Green Earth Landscaping offers a full range of services, including commercial and residential landscape design and installation, maintenance and sprinkler services. From outdoor kitchens to patios, retaining walls, lighting, fine grade, sod and hydroseed, and anything in between, Green Earth Landscaping has you covered, servicing the Fargo Moorhead area and beyond. For more information, go online to greenearthnd.com. That's greenearthnd.com.
To the bottom of the 5th inning, Kindred Vikings coming to bat. They'll have their 3, 4, and 5 hitters. It'll be Sawyer Hess, Kylan Swenson, and Graham Hess facing the starting pitcher for the Fargo Post 2 Jets. It's Finn Bergseth, and Here's the first pitch, swing and a miss by Sawyer Hess. Now, if I'm a betting man, after the first inning,
Yep.
Bergseth had 35 pitches thrown in the first inning, gave up his 3 runs. Now, if you're a betting man, would you say he's going to finish the game under 105 pitches?
Yeah, if the 105 is the count, I'm thinking probably 4th inning at best.
Here's the pitch.
Maybe 5th inning. You think if things go well, could get to like maybe 1 out in the 5th inning.
But he's throwing 92 now. He has a chance to complete this ball game. Here's a pitch, fouled away. The count is now 2-2 to Sawyer Hess. Sawyer's been hit in the helmet twice and grounded out. So he's 0 for 1. Vikings just need base runners. They're down by 6 runs. Here's a pitch, fastball down low. 3 balls and 2 strikes. Bergseth had that 1-2-3 inning, 3-pitch inning in the 5th. And Sawyer Hess draws a walk.
That's a nice at-bat by Hess, too, because I feel like that's the first – maybe I'm wrong, but it feels like the first time in a while that we've seen a sustained, like, more than 3 or 4 pitch at-bat.
That is only walk number 2 for Bergseth. He has hit a few batters. He's hit 3. Kylan Swenson steps up. He's 1 for 3, an RBI single and a run scored. He gets hit by a pitch, lo and behold. 4 batters hit now by Bergseth. So quickly we have 2 runners aboard. Still a 6-run lead. We're going to have a coaching visit to the mound. So I don't know that there's going to be a pitching change, but we just might have a little bit of a conversation out here. Graham Hess is the batter. He's 1 for 3 with an RBI single. Doesn't look to be a pitching change to me, but 9 runs, 9 hits, and 1 error for the Jets. Kindred Vikings batting. Last hopes, bottom of the 7th inning. They have 3 runs, 6 hits, and now 5 errors. We did take away an error on that last play where Tron made the error, and then the runner went to third, and then the runner from first advanced to second. There was no error on the play. He just advanced to second base on the throw.
Sure.
So he took off an error.
Honestly, these innings, they can be kind of exciting. You've got 6-run deficit, but when it starts the way that this inning just did, you do kind of get that little bit of hope where it's like, you know what? A couple of well-hit balls here, and you never really know what could happen. And the expectations aren't super high, so it's kind of just you're up there, you're just playing ball right now.
I think each batter just has to focus on getting on base,
right,
whatever it takes. Here's a pitch, fastball upstairs, ball 1.
Yep.
Because you can't hit the 6-run home run.
No.
It just doesn't work that way. It's not how math works. It's a 6-run lead. Graham Hess is batting. And here's a pitch, swinging a ground ball, foul down the third baseline. So runners on first and second, nobody out. Graham Hess the batter. Stanley Belaski is on deck. Jets put up 5 in the 4th, 2 in the 5th, 1 in the 6th and 7th innings. Vikings got their first 3 runs in the first inning, and they had a 3-0 lead as Hess takes outside, 2 balls and a strike. So they got their first 3 runs with 35 pitches thrown by Bergseth that inning. Things were looking good for the Vikings, but now the Jets have scored 9 unanswered runs. Here's the 2-1 pitch. Inside, his 100th pitch is inside, and it's a 3-1 count. So we were betting that possibly Bergseth might finish this in under 95 pitches if things went well for him. But a walk and a hit batter and a 3-1 count on the current batter. Here's a pitch behind him, and he draws a walk. And the bases are loaded. Let's see if we have a pitching change here, or he's going to let him throw his max of 105 pitches. A walk to Graham Hess. We're going to have a courtesy runner for the catcher. Doesn't look like it. Stanley Belaski steps to the plate. He's 0 for 3. He reached on a fielder's choice and flown out twice. 9-3 lead, bases loaded. Bergseth is just going to throw out of the full windup. And the pitch outside, ball one. Dylan Stone on deck. Here's the 1-0 set and the pitch. Fastball, swinging a ground ball, pounded out to the shortstop. And it goes between his legs, and the Vikings catch a break. And it will score 1 run, so it's going to be E6. We'll give Belaski a run batted in because Sawyer Hess would have scored anyway, so it's a run batted in. Kylan Swinson is safe at third. Graham Hess safe at second. Belaski safe at first. And it's a 9-4 ball game, and that'll be it for the starting pitcher, Finn Bergseth. And what a job he did throughout the game. After that rough first inning, he really settled down, and he had a great game, including a 1-2-3 three-pitch inning back in the 5th, which you just don't see that often, but it happened here tonight. So he leaves with a 9-4 lead. He can only win it or have nothing to do with it. He can't take the loss in this situation, so he's coming out after throwing 103 pitches, and we're going to have a pitching change, so we'll take a break. You're listening to Baseball on YourLiveEvent.com.
Make your stop before or after the game at the Knickerbocker in Hickson, North Dakota. Stop out throughout the week for mouth-watering lunch specials weekdays and mark Friday nights down on the calendar for prime rib, ribeye steak, or some walleye at the Knickerbocker. For more information or to find out about daily specials, give the Knickerbocker a like on Facebook by searching the Knickerbocker. Great food and good people. You can find it all at the Knickerbocker in Hickson, North Dakota. For any accounting needs you may have, Todd Our World Certified Public Accountant has you covered. From income tax planning, preparation, and consulting for individuals and businesses. Todd Wold CPA would like to wish the best to the teams competing and thank the coaches and players for their hard work and dedication throughout the season on and off the field, as anything can happen every night at the Diamond. For more information, go online to wold-cpa.com. That's wold-cpa.com.
Keep your car moving along with the team at Elite Automotive Center in Fargo. What sets Elite Automotive Center apart from the herd is their truly extensive list of services. From brake and tire service to tune-ups and battery replacement, there's no job too big or small for their ASE certified technicians. Schedule your next oil change by going to EliteAutomotiveCenter.com or scan the QR code on your screen now. Never settle for standard service. Stop by Elite Automotive Center today in Fargo.
Dylan Stone will face the new left-handed pitcher. His name is Carter Gebhardt. Wears number 2, a left-handed pitcher. Comes on in relief. Bergseth doesn't necessarily exit the ball game because he's listed as a designated hitter as well, so he'll stay in as the third batter should we need it. Bottom of the 7th inning. Here's a fastball swung on and fouled away. Dylan Stone, the batter, he's 1 for 3. He reached on an error, popped up to first, and singled back in the 6th. Carter Gebhardt on in relief of the starting pitcher, Finn Bergseth. Bergseth responsible for the runners on base. Here's a pitch, swinging a high fly ball into center field. This should get the run home. Out is recorded, throw goes over to third. The run comes across to score, so it will be a sacrifice fly for Dylan Stone. 1 out recorded and an RBI. Kylan Swinson comes across to score, making it 9-5. Graham Hess stays at second. Stanley Belaski stays at first base. And that brings up Kelby Erdman. He's walked, popped out, and reached on a fielder's choice. I would really like to give Kelby a hit on that. But we had to mark it as a fielder's choice because Stone got thrown out at second base. And here's a pitch from Gebhardt. Swing and a foul, chopped at the plate. Strike 1. So Stone drives in a run, but records that out. So there's 1 down, runners at first and second base. Andy Trom is on deck. And here's the 0-1 pitch. Fastball in there for a strike. Gephardt's got a little pop on his fastball. And the pitch, fastball, swing and a miss. He got him. Strike 3. Erdman down on strikes for the second out, and that brings up Andy Traum. Traum is 0 for 3. He lined out, flew out, and struck out looking. 9 runs, 9 hits, 2 errors for the Jets. Vikings, 5 runs, 6 hits, and 5 errors. Down to their last out. And the pitch, off speed, is in there for a strike. We will have the Todd Wold CPA postgame show following this ball game. Here's the 0-1 pitch. Fastball is in there for a strike. No balls and 2 strikes. And here's the 0-2 set and the pitch. Fastball, swing and a miss. He got him. Strike 3, and the ball game's over. The Jets come up with a victory. They win it by a score of 9-5 against the Kindred Vikings. A 3-run first inning for the Kindred Vikings and 9 put up by the Jets, but the Vikings do scratch a couple of runs across in the bottom of the 7th inning, but lose this one by a score of 9-5. We'll be back with the Todd Wold CPA postgame show after this on yourliveevent.com.
For trusted news, weather, and sports from your community, look to R&J Broadcasting Incorporated, KRJB, KRJM, and KKCQ Radio, and rjbroadcasting.com. Hear local voices from local radio with news and information from the area. Your information stations, KRJB, KRJM, and KKCQ Radio, and rjbroadcasting.com. Local voices from local radio.
Buying, selling, or leasing commercial real estate or farmland in the Fargo, Moorhead, and surrounding area? From office to retail, industrial to multifamily, commercial land to farmland. As the #1 commercial, sales, and leasing brokerage in the FM region, Goldmark Commercial has the experience and skills to handle all of your commercial real estate and farmland needs with the highest levels of customer service and marketing around. Trust the experts at Goldmark Commercial Real Estate to lead your team to success.
Green Earth Landscaping offers a full range of services, including commercial and residential landscape design and installation, maintenance and sprinkler services. From outdoor kitchens to patios, retaining walls, lighting, fine grade, sod and hydroseed, and anything in between, Green Earth Landscaping has you covered, servicing the Fargo Moorhead area and beyond. For more information, go online to greenearthnd.com. That's greenearthnd.com.
Welcome back to the Todd Wold CPA post-game show. For any accounting requisitions from income tax planning, preparation, and consulting for individuals or businesses, go online to wold-cpa.com.
Well, the Fargo Post 2 Jets come across as winners. They win it by a score of 9-5 over the Kindred Vikings. Story of the game. Kindred Vikings scored the 3 runs in the bottom of the first inning against the starting pitcher for Finn Bergseth. There was some walks, there were some errors, and the Vikings put up the 3 runs, and they're looking pretty good until that 5th inning. And the Jets scratched a couple of runs across, and then Sam Chase came up with that big 2-run single and took the lead. And then there was an error on the play. Another run scored on that play, so they gave them a 5-3 lead, and they never relinquished the lead from there. And they went on to score a couple more runs that inning, totaling 5, and they had a 5-3 lead for most of the ball game. They did scratch a couple of runs back in the 5th, and then 1 more in the 6th, 1 more in the 7th. Vikings do try to claw back into this. They score a couple runs in the bottom of the 7th inning, but lose this one 9-5. Offensively for the Fargo Jets, Sam Chase drove in 3 runs. He was 1 for 5 with 3 runs batted in. Bergseth, the starting pitcher, was 1 for 2 with 2 runs scored and a run batted in. He added 2 walks. Eli Emineth was 1 for 4 with 2 runs scored. Barnacle was 1 for 4 with an RBI, and Omen was 2 for 2 with 2 runs batted in, and Beckham was 1 for 4 with 2 runs scored, and Peralta added 2 hits, so 9 hits total for the Fargo Jets. Offensively for the Kindred Vikings, Brady Baumgarten went 2 for 4 with a run scored. Carson Getty added a double. Sawyer Hess scored 2 runs, but it was 0 for 1. Kylan Swenson was 1 for 3 with 2 runs scored and an RBI. Graham Hess was 1 for 3 with a run batted in. And Dylan Stone added a single, so did, well, Cal Beardman reached on a fielder's choice, but they gave him a hit here in game changer, but worry about that later. And then on the mound, story of the game was the starting pitcher for the Fargo Jets. Finn Bergseth struggled in the first inning, threw a lot of pitches, but settled down and included a 1-2-3 3-pitch inning back in the 5th, and he threw a total of 103 pitches and wound up going 6 innings, allowing 7 hits, 5 runs allowed, 3 earned, walked 3, struck out 3. Carter Gebhardt came on to get the save. He pitched a full inning and struck out 2 batters. He gets a save. Bergseth the win. For the Kindred Vikings, the starting pitcher, Jack McDonald, he takes a loss, but he threw the ball pretty well throughout the ball game. He threw 5 2/3 innings, gave up 8 hits, allowed 8 runs, 6 were earned, walked 3, and struck out 3. Max Bernier came on in relief, pitching inning and a third, allowed a hit, did allow a run. It was not earned, didn't walk anyone, didn't strike out anybody. So the Kindred Vikings lose this one by a score of 9-5, and we'll take a break and we'll come back with the Enbridge Energy Player of the Game after this on YourLiveEvent.com.
Holston Telephone Company delivers fast broadband internet, telephone, and cable TV to residents in this region, including Holston, Shelley, Neillsville, Climax, Fisher, Bigland, Gentilly in Minnesota, and Hillsborough, Caledonia, Gardner, and Argusville, North Dakota. Serving the area residents since 1904, Holston Telephone continues to create a bright future for this region using 100% fiber optic technology. Service plans offer flexibility and choices, and there's local support personnel ready to help. Contact Holston Telephone Company today.
Kindred Vikings coming to bat in the bottom of the first inning. They'll face the right-handed pitcher, number 1, Jack Joyce. Actually, number 24. Wrote that down incorrectly. Number 24, Jack Joyce, right-handed pitcher. He'll face this lineup: Brady Baumgarten in center field, Carson Getty in left, batting third and catching Sawyer Hess. Cleanup position, the pitcher, Kylan Swenson. Graham Hess bats fifth. He's a DH. Jack McDonald bats sixth. He's the third baseman. Max Berninger over at first base bats seventh. Dylan Stone out in right field bats eighth. And Stanley Belaski batting ninth, playing shortstop. Andy Traum is playing second base. Second pitch to Brady Baumgarten misses up and in. 2 balls and no strikes. Traum being DH'd for, but Andy Traum starting at second base. Here's a 2-0 pitch to Brady Baumgarten. Pitch the fastball in there for a strike. Number 24, Jack Joyce, throws out of the windup with nobody on base. 2-1 pitch, fastball, misses inside. Almost hit Brady. 3 balls and a strike. Second game of a doubleheader. I'm Mike Bernier along with Greg Kramer. A lot of fun talking baseball. Here's a 3-1 set, and the pitch, fastball misses. Baumgarten draws a leadoff walk. In the first game, we talked about the Kindred Vikings speed, and they do have a lot of speed up and down the lineup. It really wasn't a factor after the first inning or two.
No, it really never even came into play. I mean, you'd like to see it come into play, even just as a baseball fan. You want to see kids stealing bases and making things happen.
Brady doesn't go, but it doesn't matter as a pitch gets by. Looks like a wild pitch. And Baumgarten will move up to second base. The batter is Carson Getty, the left fielder. He did pound out a double in the first game. So runner on second base.
You got Brady on second now. We maybe spoke something into existence there. We'll see.
And here's a pitch. Fastball. Misses away. 2 balls and no strikes. Coach Josh Almaris coaching over at third. Nick Eggman coaching down the first baseline. Brady goes, throw it on to third base is not going to be in time. Now there's a little bit of a double clutch from the catcher, Sam Chase, and Brady got a good jump anyway, but there was just no chance after the double clutch. There was just no chance of throwing Brady out. He had a good jump, and he steals a base. Pitch was a strike. It's 2-1. Count to Carson Getty. And the pitch, breaking ball popped in the air. This might be a fair ball. It bounces off the third baseman's hat right to the shortstop, and he makes a catch. Now we're seeing about everything in baseball tonight. We've seen a 1, 2, 3, 3-pitch inning. Now we see the third baseman.
I mean,
I don't know what that hit. It looked like it hit him in the head to me, but I'm not.
I think it bounced out of his glove.
Yeah. Hit his glove and kind of bounced out right to the shortstop. And the outside, it just goes down as a pop 6. That's it.
And I thought that McDonald getting hit in the leg and not realizing he caught the ball was going to be the craziest thing we saw. I think that might have been crazier.
But it was just a nonchalant play by Ebling. It's just like he expected it to happen. Hey, you're going to bounce it into my glove. I'll just catch it here. And then we'll
throw me a quick alley-oop. He knew it was coming.
And here's a pitch, swing and a foul to the screen. 1 ball and 1 strike. Now you got a runner on third base. Now you're 0 for 1 with runners in scoring position. The infield is playing back up the middle. The corners are even with the bags. So you'd like to see a ground ball past a pitcher to score a run here, at least. And the pitch, breaking ball, swing and a miss. At a ball in the pitch, in the dirt. 1 ball and 2 strikes, the count to the catcher, Sawyer Hess. Kylan Swenson is on deck.
Put some pressure on, Free. Come on, kid.
And here's the 1-2 pitch. Called strike 3, and Sawyer Hess goes down on strikes.
Joyce gets strikeout number 1. Second out of the inning. Brings up number 2 pitcher.
Now, I've heard stories about in the first inning, if Roger Maris came to the plate, he was very good at just getting a ground ball to score the run. If there was a guy in third and less than 2 outs, he was very good at just getting that ground ball. Now here's a pass ball opportunity. Brady Baumgarten's going to score, and it's 1-0. Pitch was a fastball, swing and a miss by Kylan Swenson, and it just got past the catcher, Sam Chase. It's a pass ball, and the Vikings lead it 1-0. The Vikings catch a break. So Roger Maris, even though you think of Roger Maris as a power hitting, wins an MVP for the New York Yankees a couple of times. Here's a pitch, fastball away. And in the first inning, he comes up, runner on third, less than 2 outs. He just gets a ground ball to the right side, scores a run.
And sometimes that's all you need.
Just get that run out of the way and
yeah.
Get yourself a run batted in and a lead. Pitch misses, 2 balls and a strike. I wasn't alive when he played, but he at the time, I hear the stories from the old broadcasters. Pitch down and away, 3 balls and a strike. Graham Hess on deck. And the pitch, fastball, he missed. Swenson draws a 2-out walk. And that brings up Graham Hess.
Designated hitter, Graham Hess.
This is looking all too familiar. 1 run this inning without the benefit of a hit. A couple of walks, there was a wild pitch, there was a stolen base, and a pass ball. So that's Brady's merry-go-round the infield. He walks, gets to first base, gets a second on a wild pitch, steals third, scores on a pass ball. Here's a pitch. Swenson was running on the pitch, but the pitch is fouled away. Graham Hess the batter. He was 1 for 3 with an RBI in the first game. Another throw over to first base. Swenson is back safely. Another throw over to first base. He's back safely. And here's the set. And the pitch. Runners off and going. Pitches a strike. Throw down to second base. Not in time. The throw might have been in time, but the ball was not caught by Barnacle, the second baseman. Swenson steals second base, the second stolen base of the inning for the Kindred Vikings.
It's a nice throw.
It was a nice throw, and the ball and Kylan Swenson kind of got there at the same time.
Mm-hmm.
Barnacle had trouble getting a grip on it, so he's safe. Stolen base. Count is 0-2 to Graham Hess. And here's the 0-2. Fastball, swing and a miss. He got him. Got him on strikes for the third out of the inning. However, the Vikings do strike with a run without the benefit of a hit, and they lead it 1-0 at the end of one on yourliveevent.com.
For any accounting needs you may have, Todd Our World Certified Public Accountant has you covered. From income tax planning, preparation, and consulting for individuals and businesses. Todd Wold CPA would like to wish the best to the teams competing and thank the coaches and players for their hard work and dedication throughout the season on and off the field, as anything can happen every night at the Diamond. For more information, go online to wold-cpa.com. That's wold-cpa.com. Stay up to date all year long with your live event from our social platforms with X, Facebook, and YouTube. From the latest coaches show to watch game broadcasts back on demand from earlier in the season. Search your live event on YouTube and hit subscribe.
Outside the three-point arc. Pick and pop here with Spaeth into the left side corner. Three, good.
For the complete and most up-to-date schedule throughout the year, head to our website at yourliveevent.com.
And we're back. Post 2, the Fargo Jets coming to bat. They'll send up their 5, 6, and 7 hitters against the starting pitcher for the Vikings, Kylan Swenson. It'll be Tate Barnacle, Ryan Oman, and Jeremiah Beckham. 1-0 lead for the Vikings. Just getting started, top of the second inning. First pitch, ground ball to the shortstop. Belaski fires on to Bernier in time for the out. 1 pitch, 1 out.
These Kindred infielders are having a really nice game so far. Every opportunity they've got, they're just making it look like this is just clean baseball right now.
Yeah, turned a nice 5-4-3 double
yeah,
play.
Everything looks right.
Donald fired one over to first base for another ground out. Here's another ground ball on the right side. Tram charges, throws on to Bernier a little high, but he makes a catch. Max Bernier, 6'2" nowadays. Able to reach up and make the catch, and it's a 4-3 putout. Hey, 2 pitches,
hey,
2 outs.
Don't look now.
Jeremiah Beckham steps to the plate. He's a right fielder. Beckham had a nice game out in the field, made some nice catches. Off-speed pitch, misses for a ball, and Beckham wisely takes a pitch. 1-0 the count. Next pitch misses as well. 3 in a row set down by Swenson. Walked a couple of batters in the first inning, but no runs came across. And the pitch, fastball misses, 3-0. Both walks in the first inning were 4-pitch walks. Here's a 3-0. That one's over for a strike. Andrew Peralt is on deck. And here's a pitch. Fastball is in there for a strike. Fills up the count. 25 pitches now for Swenson. Number 2, rocks and fires. Off speed. Misses away. He walked him. 3rd walk issued by Swenson. No hits in the ball game for either team. Andrew Peralt steps to the plate. Now here's a set and the pitch. It's a fastball laced into center field. That's a base hit. Baumgarten charges, but there will be no play at second base. First hit for the Jets. Puts runners at first and second base. Evan Felber steps up. He's a center fielder. Had a nice game in the field. The first game. Center fielder can cover some ground out there. Here's a pitch. It's a fastball. That one's in there for a strike. Ball gets away from Sawyer Hess momentarily. So Sawyer Hess has kind of found a home back behind the plate. Here's a foul ball over the press box. No balls and 2 strikes. Messed around with Sawyer over the years, playing the infield, second base, third base, shortstop. Getting some duty behind the plate as the catcher. Off-speed pitch misses high. When I say off-speed, I mean off-speed.
Yeah, speed is a generous word to even use there.
Yeah. Swing and a miss. He struck him out, and the inning is over. For the Jets, no runs. They do come up with a hit, leave a couple runners aboard at the end of 1.5. The Vikings lead it by a score of 1-0. They're coming to bat on yourliveevent.com.
With 24-hour streaming, download the RJ Radio app to hear local voices from local radio with KRJB, KRJM, and KKCQ 24 hours a day from anywhere. You can listen to your favorite programs like the RJ Family Morning Show, local news, farm markets, music, high school sports, church services, more from anywhere. KRJB, KRJM, and 96.7 KKCQ is streaming on the RJ Radio app. Download it to your device and take us with you wherever you go.
Keep your car moving along with the team at Elite Automotive Center in Fargo. What sets Elite Automotive Center apart from the herd is their truly extensive list of services. From brake and tire service to tune-ups and battery replacement, there's no job too big or small for their ASE certified technicians. Schedule your next oil change by going to EliteAutomotiveCenter.com or scan the QR code on your screen now. Never settle for standard service. Stop by Elite Automotive Center today in Fargo.
Kindred Vikings coming to bat. They'll have the 6, 7, 8 hitters to bat against the starting pitcher for the Jets, Jack Joyce. It'll be Jack McDonald, Max Bernier, and Dylan Stone. Jack McDonald steps to the plate. Really had a nice game. I thought Jack threw the ball very well in the first game. Had some hits fall in there. Couple errors here and there, but I think he just threw the ball well. Here's a pitch. Fastball is pounded out to the shortstop. Ebling has it, fires over to first base. It won't be in time. It'll be a throwing error. And McDonald, first pitch swinging, reaches on the air by the shortstop. Now the Vikings have a base runner. First error for either team. That'll bring up Max Bernier. Max did not start the first game. He came on in relief as a pitcher through an inning and a third, so he gets his first plate appearance of the evening. Dylan Stone is on deck. McDonald has some speed. Here's the first pitch. Fastball up, ball one. Joyce has a little pop in his fastball.
He does. And I think that's probably why he feels so confident trying to get these guys at first, but you are kind of playing with fire when you do that. I mean, one of these throws goes over the first baseman. That could change the game.
Yep, and there's a lot of foul territory over here, so you see a lot of first to third on those throwing errors. McDonald takes off. The pitch is up. Throw down to second. Not in time. McDonald steals second base. Third stolen base for the Vikings in this ball game.
Once again, that throw was kind of on the money. It's just, I mean, when it's bouncing in there, it's not like it's an easy play to make, but these throws are there.
Yeah, it wasn't obvious that he was going to be safe.
No.
And here's a 2-0 pitch. Fastball up. 3 balls and no strikes. 25 pitches thrown now for the right-hander, Jack Joyce. 3-0 count. And here's the 3-0 set, and the pitch, fastball in there for a strike. Hitters count at 3-1. See if Max can get one to drive here. Here's the set, and the pitch, fastball in there for a strike. Max didn't think so. He's throwing his bat. He thought he was down to first base.
Thinking he thought it was probably a little low, but it was close.
Full count. Nobody out. Runner at second base. Here's the set, and the pitch from the right-hander. Fastball is upstairs. Now he draws a walk. Runners at first and second. Nobody out. Third walk issued by Jack Joyce. Dylan Stone steps to the plate, getting a start out in right field. First baseman playing way in, expecting a bunt here. And he does not square to bunt, takes a pitch for a strike.
Yeah, I like the I'll actually pan over here so anyone from home can see. I like the lead that Bernier is getting over at first. I mean, why not? You may as well.
Taking a big lead. The first
secondary
baseman.
lead.
Yeah, he's nowhere near the bag. But you got to expect a pickoff throw from the catcher at any time.
Yep.
The 0-1 is over for a strike. 0-2 the count to Dylan Stone, not showing bunt at any time during that plate appearance. Thus far, I wouldn't think you'd try to bunt on 0-2. Here's the 0-2 pitch. Fastball swing and a ground ball hard towards the hole. Nice play by Ebling. Wow. Shortstop made a nice backhand stop. That ball was hit hard by Dylan Stone. He's going to reach first base on a fielder's choice, but Ebling with the backhand stop and alertly goes to third base to get the lead runner in Jack McDonald. So he's out 6-5 for the first out of the inning. Bernier up to second. Dylan Stone reaches on that fielder's choice.
It's a nice play.
I thought that was destined for left field and a base hit for Dylan Stone. Here's a pitch, fastball up, ball one to Stanley Belaski.
Good secondaries now.
Runners on first and second with one out. And here's the pitch, fastball swing and a line drive, base hit into center field. Very hard hit. Bernier will have to hold up on third.
Good hit, Stan.
Man, that was a hard one hopper to straightaway center field. No chance for Max Bernier to score.
No, he hit it too dang hard. It's a nice hit out of Stanley there.
And Stanley was 0 for 4 on the night. He was 0 for 4 in the first game, so nice to see him get one to fall in there for him. He hit it hard. Nice line drive single to straightaway center field. First hit for the Vikings. Back to the top of the order, Brady Baumgarten. He walked. And kind of a circus going around the bases. He eventually scored the only run of the game. He swings and fouls one off. He reached second on a wild pitch, stole third, scored on a pass ball.
You got the bases loaded with one out here. You're always intrigued to see how they play this. The first base is in, third base about even, and the middle is still playing pretty normal here.
There's a high drive into right center field. This ball's going to be caught. Max is going home, and there will be no play at the plate. Max Bernier scores. It's a sacrifice fly for Brady Baumgarten. He hit it hard. Sacrifice fly to right field. For the second out, a run batted in for Brady Baumgarten. Max Bernier comes across to score. Dylan Stone does not advance. He'll stay at second. Stanley, of course, stays at first base. But a 2-0 lead for the Kindred Vikings. And Carson Getty steps up. He popped up to third, but it scored as a pop-up to the shortstop. It bounced off the glove of the third baseman into the glove of the shortstop. Colby Ebling made the catch. A couple nice defensive plays for Ebling. Dylan Stone hit that ball hard, and Ebling, this inning could have been a lot worse for the Jets had Ebling made that play look very easy. Here's a pitch, fastball, in there for a strike, thrown down to first base. Stanley Belaski is back at first base safely, almost got hit with the baseball. And here's a set by Jack Joyce, right-handed pitcher. Looks a long time at second base. Here's a pitch, fastball away. 2 balls and a strike. 38 pitches thrown now by the right-hander. Sawyer Hess is on deck. And here's a pitch, swing and a miss. Carson Getty a little bit late on that pitch. 2-2 the count. Now here's a 2-2 set and the delivery. Fastball inside.
There we go.
You'll see a little bit of a merry-go-round here. Full count, 2 outs. Runners will have a chance to take off early.
You might spin, Dylan.
Runners got to be very careful they don't get picked off here. And he does make a twist. Man, that was a balk. His momentum was going towards the plate, and then he stepped off to the front of the rubber. That was an obvious balk, not called. Here's the 3-2 pitch. Fastball. He missed outside and he walked him, so it doesn't matter.
Okay, draws walk, loads him up for number 3, catcher Sawyer Hess.
That'll bring up Sawyer Hess. He struck out looking back in the first inning. 2 runs in for the Vikings.
It's on good, 3.
No runs, 1 hit, 1 error for the Jets. Vikings, 2 runs, 1 hit, no errors. Bottom of the second inning. Sawyer Hess. A lot of home run power at the plate. Can lose one in a hurry. Here's the pitch. Fastball laced right at the third baseman. Sawyer barreled it up, didn't even throw the bat out of his hands, and he was out before he left the batter's box on a line out to the third baseman to Peralta over there. Line out. Third out of the inning, Vikings do come up with a run, and at the end of 2, they lead it by a score of 2-0 on yourliveevent.com.
At Enbridge, we're focused on relationships. 23 Canadian First Nation and Métis communities now own an equity stake in Enbridge Athabasca Pipelines. In Minnesota, Enbridge has spent $450 million and counting with Native-owned companies and in wages to tribal members working on Line 3. Every day brings new collaborations, partnerships, and possibilities. Learn more at Enbridge.com.
Express Lane Marathon in Kindred is your neighborhood convenience store where convenience meets quality, whether you're fueling up with Marathon's top-tier fuel or grabbing a quick snack. Express Lane has you covered. From hot stuff pizza, smash hit subs, premium soft serve ice cream, gas, diesel, and propane exchange. Make sure to use your Marathon app and get 7 cents back per gallon all summer long. Now offering premium 91 non-ethanol fuel. Express Lane is your friendly and locally owned convenience store.
Buying, selling, or leasing commercial real estate or farmland in the Fargo, Moorhead, and surrounding area? From office to retail, industrial to multifamily, commercial land to farmland. As the #1 commercial, sales, and leasing brokerage in the FM region, Goldmark Commercial has the experience and skills to handle all of your commercial real estate and farmland needs with the highest levels.
And we're back. Kindred Vikings leading by a score of 2-0. Kylan Swenson will take the mound. In Legion B action, in the top of the 6th inning out in Bismarck, Legion B is up by a score of 3-2 at the top of the 6th inning. Here in Kindred, Kindred Vikings lead the Jets by a score of 2-0. Second game of a doubleheader. First pitch is in there, strike 1. Actually, the third pitch is in there, strike 1. Count is 2-1 to the batter, Sam Chase, the catcher. Takes a pitch upstairs. 3 balls and a strike. And Kylan Swenson rocks and fires, throws one right down the middle. 3 balls and 2 strikes. Colby Ebling on deck. And here's a pitch. Swing and a miss. He got him on strikes. 2 strikeouts in a row for Kylan Swenson, and there's 1 away. So the Vikings had the bases loaded in the bottom of the 2nd inning. Sawyer Hess barrels it, line drive right to the glove of the third baseman Peralta, and that ends the inning.
Yeah, and it honestly, it feels kind of reminiscent of the first game when I said it felt like a missed opportunity. You look at the dang scoreboard, and it feels like it's the same thing. And yet, I don't want to speak that into existence. It's not the same game, but it's just tough when you've got base loaded, especially when he kind of ropes it right at the guy.
Yeah, he hit it hard.
Yeah.
Count is 1-1 to the shortstop, Colby Ebling. 2-1 now. He bounced into a 5-4-3 double play in the first.
That little, if you would call that EFIS adjacent, whatever that is, just kind of makes me laugh. It really just kind of trickles in there.
Yeah.
I can't imagine you'd be able to get much pop on it, so it's not like it's a threatening pitch. But
yeah, and I haven't seen anybody take a hack at it yet.
Yeah.
It's missed for a ball quite a bit.
Yeah.
It's a 3-1 count here. I wouldn't expect him to do that here. Here's a pitch. Fastball is in there. 3 balls and 2 strikes. Two-nothing lead Vikings. Top of the 3rd inning. Here's a pitch. Fastball, high, fly ball into right field. Dylan Stone's out there. He's got it measured. He makes a catch, and there's 2 down. Swenson has set down 3 in a row. Finn Bergseth comes to the plate. He walked in the 1st inning. Was stranded at second base eventually. Here's a pitch from Swenson. Fastball in there for a strike. Now that he's ahead in the count, we'll see if we see that. I'm not even sure what to call it. I keep calling it an off-speed pitch, but it's not really quite an EFIS pitch either. Here's a foul ball at the plate. No balls and 2 strikes. 45 pitches thrown by Kylan Swenson now. Not a bad pitch count at all.
Nope.
Here's the set and the pitch off speed. This one is a little bit faster. It's called for a strike. Now the throw down to first base is going to be in time. Bernier there to cover, so it goes down as a strikeout looking. So still nobody's taking a hack at it. 3rd out of the inning. And that'll, after 2.5, Kindred Vikings lead it 2-0. They're coming to bat in the bottom of the 3rd, and you're watching American Legion Baseball on yourliveevent.com.
Trust the experts at Goldmark Commercial Real Estate to lead your team to success.
Green Earth Landscaping offers a full range of services, including commercial and residential landscape design and installation, maintenance and sprinkler services. From outdoor kitchens to patios, retaining walls, lighting, fine grade, sod and hydroseed, and anything in between, Green Earth Landscaping has you covered, servicing the Fargo-Moorhead area and beyond. For more information, go online to greenearthnd.com. That's greenearthnd.com.
Kindred Vikings will bat the 4, 5, and 6 hitters. Kylan Swenson, Graham Hess, and Jack McDonald. Starting pitcher Jack Joyce on the mound, swinging a fastball laced over towards second base. 1 hopper. Barnacle to Emineth for the recorded 4-3 putout. 1 pitch, 1 out. Jack Joyce has thrown a good ball game so far. He's given up the 2 runs, but only 1 hit. Graham Hess steps up. He's 0 for 1. He struck out his first time up. Takes a fastball outside, ball 1.
You know, I like Swenson's mentality on that. Hits a hard ground ball over to the second baseman and thinks, I'm going to make this close. I mean, it's so easy to just kind of give up on that and half-heartedly trot to first base. But, I mean, he was about a step off there. I didn't think it was going to be close at all. If you got the speed, you may as well use it.
And here's a 1-1. Well, Kylan only has 2 speeds, a sleep and 100 miles an hour. So. Here's a 1-2 pitch to Graham Hess. Off speed, line drive right back at the pitcher, and he makes a catch. Line 1. Dangerous baseball game.
Yeah.
Fortunately for Jack Joyce, that's right to his glove. He's able to make the catch for the 2nd out of the inning. So here's the last 3 outs. Bases loaded, line out to the 3rd baseman. Hard hit ground ball to the second baseman. Line out back to the pitcher. Those are your 3 outs in a row.
Yep, they're hitting the ball hard. They're squaring it up.
Jack McDonald to bat. He's 0 for 1 officially. He reached on an error by the shortstop back in the second. Here's the 0-1 pitch from Joyce. Fastball outside, 1 ball and 1 strike. Joyce is now throwing 49 pitches. And the pitch, swinging and a foul at the plate. The 2 runs that Jack Joyce has given up are both unearned. Here's a 1-2 set, and the pitch from Joyce. Swing and a miss, he got him. 1-2-3 inning for Jack Joyce. Sets the Vikings down in order in the third, and at the end of 3, the Vikings lead at 2-0 with the Jets coming back in the top of the 4th on yourliveevent.com.
Make your stop before or after the game at the Knickerbocker in Hickson, North Dakota. Stop out throughout the week for mouth-watering lunch specials weekdays and mark Friday nights down on the calendar for prime rib, ribeye steak, or some walleye at the Knickerbocker. For more information or to find out about daily specials, give the Knickerbocker a like on Facebook by searching the Knickerbocker. Great food and good people. You can find it all at the Knickerbocker in Hickson, North Dakota. For any accounting needs you may have, Todd Our World Certified Public Accountant has you covered. From income tax planning, preparation, and consulting for individuals and businesses. Todd Wold CPA would like to wish the best to the teams competing and thank the coaches and players for their hard work and dedication throughout the season on and off the field, as anything can happen every night at the Diamond. For more information, go online to wold-cpa.com. That's wold-cpa.com.
Jets coming to bat, top of the 4th inning. They'll have the 4, 5, and 6 hitters to bat. It'll be Eli Emeneth, Tate Barnacle, and Ryan Oman. Kylan Swenson out on the mound for the Kindred Vikings. Head coach for Post 2, Mike Boutain, coaching down at third base. First pitch to Eli Emeneth is a ball. Emeneth is 0 for 1. He grounded out to third his first time up. Here's the pitch. Fastball hit high in the air to center field. This ball's pretty deep, but Brady Baumgarten's out there. He covers a lot of ground, makes it look easy, and there's one away. Hit hard by Emeneth, but he's out. Hit it to the wrong, I will just say the wrong outfield.
Yep.
There's a lot of speed out there. Dylan Stone getting the start out in right field. Carson Getty moves over to left.
Yeah, you're playing against the wrong team if you're wanting those to drop.
First pitch to Tate Barnacle is a ball. He's 0 for 1. He grounded out to short his first time up. 5 in a row set down by Kylan Swenson. Strike 1 call to Barnacle. 1-1 the count. And here's a pitch from Swenson. Fastball in the dirt. Turf dirt. 2-1 the count. 51 pitches now for both pitchers. Now here's a 2-1. Off speed is upstairs. I could call that one an off speed because it was an off speed pitch.
That was legit.
And now here's a 3-1 pitch. That one looks like an off speed pitch. That one's over for a strike. Almost just like a get me over pitch. Just trying to throw a strike. Here's a full count pitch. Off speed, it hit him. A lot of hit batters in tonight's ball games. First one of this game for either team. So Barnacle on at first base. That'll bring up Ryan Oman. He's 0 for 1. He grounded out to second his first time up. No runs, a hit, and an error for the Jets. Vikings with 2 runs, 1 hit, and no errors. And here's the pitch outside, ball 1. Throw down to second base. They got him. I tell you what.
Wow.
Sawyer Hess. Pitch was a ball. Kind of a perfect pitch to handle. Sawyer has stepped out, made the catch, gunned him down at second base. That's the second out of the inning, a caught stealing. Now here's a pitch, popped up in the air. Traum calls for it, takes charge, and makes a play. And very quickly, we're out of this inning. Kylan Swenson throws 5 pitches in that inning. And he had a full count on a batter.
He's sitting at 56 now through 4, so
yep,
pretty solid pitch count he's got rocking.
All right, so Jets come up with no runs that inning. They don't strand anybody, and the Vikings are coming to bat in the bottom of the 4th, leading by a score of 2-0 on yourliveevent.com.
Keep your car moving along with the team at Elite Automotive Center in Fargo. What sets Elite Automotive Center apart from the herd is their truly extensive list of services. From brake and tire service to tune-ups and battery replacement, there's no job too big or small for their ASE certified technicians. Schedule your next oil change by going to EliteAutomotiveCenter.com or scan the QR code on your screen now. Never settle for standard service. Stop by Elite Automotive Center today in Fargo.
For trusted news, weather, and sports from your community, look to R&J Broadcasting Incorporated, KRJB, KRJM, and KKCQ Radio, and rjbroadcasting.com. Hear local voices from local radio with news and information from the area. Your information stations, KRJB, KRJM, and KKCQ Radio, and rjbroadcasting.com. Local voices from local radio.
Kindred Vikings send the 7-8-9 hitters up to the plate. It'll be Max Bernier, Dylan Stone, and Stanley Belaski. Swing and a miss by Max Bernier on a fastball. From the right-hander, Jack Joyce. Max walked in the second inning, came around to score. Here's the 0-1 pitch. Fastball in there for a strike. Quickly 0-2. Joyce has set down 4 batters in a row. That's 3 strikeouts. Here's the set and the pitch. Fastball, swinging a foul at the plate.
It's right on it. That thing went straight back.
Joyce has walked 4 batters, struck out 3. Allowed just a 1 hit, 2 runs, none earned. Now here's the 0-2. Fastball, outside, 1 ball and 2 strikes.
Joyce thought he got him on that. I think that was in a pretty good spot where it maybe could have been called either way, but I think it's a good hold by Max there.
Looked like the catcher set up way outside.
Right.
And Max got fooled on the curveball. Goes down looking for out number 1. 5 in a row set down by the right-handed pitcher, Jack Joyce. 2 strikeouts in a row. Brings up Dylan Stone. He reached on a fielder's choice. He hit the ball hard, but a nice play, remember, from that shortstop. Nice backhand play by the shortstop, Colby Ebling. First pitch to Stone is a ball. Stanley Belaski on deck. And here's the 1-0 pitch, fastball in there for a strike. Bottom of the 4th, 2-0 lead for the Vikings. Here's the set and the pitch. Breaking ball misses upstairs. 2 balls and a strike. Now here's a 2-1. Fastball outside. 3 balls and a strike. Jack Joyce now has 60 pitches thrown. And the pitch, fastball, hit hard towards the right side, through for a base hit, solid single to right field for Dylan Stone. Runner aboard with 1 out, brings up Stanley Belaski. Belaski ripped a single his first time up. He's 1 for 1. And here's a pitch. Off speed, misses inside and low. Ball 1. Brady Baumgarten is on deck. And a throw over to first base. Stone is back in plenty of time. Getting that brand new uniform all dirty. Now here's a 1-0 set, and the pitch. Runner goes high, fly ball into left field. This ball's hit pretty well, but it's going to hold up, and it's going to be playable. And there's a collision out there, but the center fielder, Felber, did make the catch. Felber and the left fielder, Ullman, kind of cracked into each other. Ullman's still down on the ground on his knees. Looks like he'll be all right. Coach is going to go out there and have a little conversation. A lot of action for, and all I write down on my box score here is F8, second out. The ball was hit pretty well by Belaski.
Mm-hmm.
Center fielder Felber, as we said earlier, can cover a lot of ground. He went over there, made the backhand catch. Then he got cracked into by the left fielder. I believe he's going to stay in the ball game. He looks fine as his head coach trots off the field. Yeah, he's going to stay out there. I'm sure that didn't feel all that great.
No.
He wants to stay in the game, so there's 2 outs. Back to the top of the order in Brady Baumgarten. He walked and scored a run and had a sacrifice fly in the second inning. So no official at-bat, has a run scored, has a run batted in. Stone still on at first base. Swing and a miss, strike one. Jack Joyce, the right-hander, throws over to first base, not in time. And here's the set by Jack Joyce. Swing and a miss. No balls and 2 strikes to Brady. 65 pitches thrown now by Jack Joyce. 0-2 the count. Brady Baumgarten at the bat. And the pitch, off speed, grounded up the middle and through for a base hit. Third hit now for the Kindred Vikings. Baumgarten smacks the single up the middle. Runners on first and second. Carson Getty up to the plate. He's 0 for 1. He popped out officially to the shortstop and he's walked. 3 hits now for the Vikings. Runners on first and second. 2 down. Jack Joyce steps off the rubber, trying to get a sign from his catcher. And they get on the same page. He's set to go. Here's the pitch. Fastball in there for a strike. Sawyer Hess is on deck. Oh and 1 the count. Jack Joyce throwing out of the stretch. Looks back at second base. Here's the pitch. Misses outside. 1 ball and 1 strike. Dylan Stone on at second base. Brady Baumgarten on at first. 1-1 count to the hitter, Carson Getty. Left-handed hitter wears number 27. Here's a set. And the pitch. Fastball. Misses inside. 2 balls and a strike. Joyce kind of takes his time in between pitches. Gets his sign. Here's a 2-1 pitch. Fastball swinging a ground ball back to the pitcher. Joyce has it. Throws over to first base in time for the out. And that's the inning for the Vikings. They get a couple runners aboard on a couple of singles. But no runs at the end of 4 complete innings. 2-0 lead for the Vikings over the Jets on yourliveevent.com.
Buying, selling, or leasing commercial real estate or farmland in the Fargo, Moorhead, and surrounding area? From office to retail, industrial to multifamily, commercial land to farmland. As the #1 commercial, sales, and leasing brokerage in the FM region, Goldmark Commercial has the experience and skills to handle all of your commercial real estate and farmland needs with the highest levels of customer service and marketing around. Trust the experts at Goldmark Commercial Real Estate to lead your team to success.
Green Earth Landscaping offers a full range of services, including commercial and residential landscape design and installation, maintenance and sprinkler services. From outdoor kitchens to patios, retaining walls, lighting, fine grade, sod and hydroseed, and anything in between, Green Earth Landscaping has you covered, servicing the Fargo-Moorhead area and beyond. For more information, go online to greenearthnd.com. That's greenearthnd.com.
And we're back. Kylan Swenson will start the inning again on the mound. He'll face the 7-8-9 hitters for Post 2, the Fargo Jets. Jeremiah Beckham, Andrew Peralt, and Evan Felber. Here's the first pitch, fouled back out of play. Here's an update on the Legion B score. Kindred Vikings B Legion out in Bismarck. They dropped the second game as well by a score of 5-3. So they drop a doubleheader tonight. Next pitch to Beckham is grounded out. Right back to the pitcher, Kylan Swenson. He makes a play over to Bernier, and it's a 1-3 putout for the first out of the inning. Andrew Peralt steps up. He singled his first time up. He's 1 for 1. And here's a pitch from Swenson. Fastball down low, ball 1. No runs, 1 hit, 1 error for the Jets. Vikings, 2 runs, 3 hits, no errors. Here's a 1-0 pitch, off speed, misses upstairs. 2 balls and no strikes. And the pitch, off speed, is grounded hard out to the shortstop, Belaski. He's got it, fires across the diamond in time for the out. It's a 6-3 putout. Brings up Evan Felber, the center fielder. Again, he's covered a lot of ground out in center field.
Yep.
He's 0 for 1 at the plate. He struck out to end the second inning.
This game as a whole, it just kind of feels like the level of play has elevated. This has been some really clean baseball, and like Belaski over at shortstop's made some nice plays.
So, ground ball over to McDonald, throws across the diamond in time for the out. Bernier there to cover, and it's a 1-2-3 inning. Jack McDonald throws him out over at first base. And 4 in a row set down by Swenson. 1-2-3 inning for Kylan Swenson at the end of 4.5. 2-0 lead for the Vikings over the Jets on YourLiveEvent.com.
Holston Telephone Company delivers fast broadband internet, telephone, and cable TV to residents in this region, including Holston, Shelley, Neilsville, Climax, Fisher, Bigland, Gentilly in Minnesota, and Hillsborough, Caledonia, Gardner, and Argusville, North Dakota. Serving the area residents since 1904, Holston Telephone continues to create a bright future for this region using 100% fiber optic technology. Service plans offer flexibility and choices, and there's local support personnel ready to help. Contact Holston Telephone Company today.
Head to the bottom of the 5th inning. Kindred Vikings will bat the 3, 4, and 5 hitters. Sawyer Hess, Kylan Swenson, and Graham Hess against the starting pitcher for the Jets. Jack Joyce throwing a nice ball game so far. He's given up the 2 runs, but none of those runs were earned. He's given up only the 3 hits. Pitched a nice ball game. He'll face Sawyer Hess, who struck out looking and lined out with the bases loaded to end the second. Takes ball 1. Jack Joyce on the mound. He's now thrown 71 pitches. Here's number 72. Here it is. Fastball up, 2 balls and no strikes. Joyce has walked 4 and struck out 4. Here's a 2-0 pitch. It hit him. Sawyer Hess, for the 3rd time in tonight's ball games, is hit with a pitch. This time it does not hit him in the helmet.
Hess reaches on a hit batsman, brings up number 2 pitcher, Kylan Swenson. 2 times in a row he got hit.
So he's on first base. Nobody out. Kylan Swenson steps to the plate. He's walked and grounded out. He's 0 for 1 officially. Sawyer can run. See if there's any bunt play on or some sort of a, hey, try to bunt for a hit but move him up type of deal. Because Kylan can run as well. Graham Hess is on deck. Runner does not go. Pitches a ball outside. 1 ball and no strikes. Mike Bernier with Greg Kramer bringing you American Legion Baseball on yourliveevent.com. What a great service this is. A lot of fun.
It's kind of awesome. This will be pitch 75 for Joyce right here.
Runner does go, pitches a ball, throw down to second base. They got him. Sawyer Hess is gunned down. It's a 2-6 put out on the caught stealing. 1 away. So both catchers throwing out base stealers in this ball game. Seen a lot of goofy plays today, a lot of oddities. We've seen a 1-2-3 pitch inning. A lot of nice defensive plays. We've seen some errors. A lot of people getting hit with a pitch.
And in this game specifically, we've seen a lot of really good throws from both catchers going after the guys trying to take second.
Kylan Swenson still batting. He's got a 3-0 count. Here's the pitch. Fastball in there for a strike. Yeah, well played defensive game here. Here's the 3-1. Fastball, high fly ball. Right side of the infield, shallow right field. Beckham comes on, and he can't make the catch. Just as we're saying how great of a defense we're playing, we got an error. And Swenson will reach second base on the E9.
That could prove to be costly. Not the guy you want on second base on an error like that.
No, and Beckham, to his credit, he's played a nice right field tonight. Yeah. And that was a long run and a very high hit ball. The lights are very good here at Kindred. We got the upward facing lights, so it should be able to track that ball. But it's still nighttime, kind of that dawn, dusk, closing of the day. And sometimes it's hard to pick up that baseball, and he ran a long ways. And we're going to have a pitching change here. Jack Joyce has thrown a nice ball game, but we're going to have a pitching change. We'll tell you all about it. We'll tell you about the defensive changes for the Jets when we come back on yourliveevent.com.
For any accounting needs you may have, Todd Our World Certified Public Accountant has you covered. From income tax planning, preparation, and consulting for individuals and businesses. Todd Wold CPA would like to wish the best to the teams competing and thank the coaches and players for their hard work and dedication throughout the season on and off the field, as anything can happen every night at the Diamond. For more information, go online to wold-cpa.com. That's wold-cpa.com. Stay up to date all year long with your live event from our social platforms with X, Facebook, and YouTube. From the latest coaches show to watch game broadcasts back on demand from earlier in the season. Search your live event on YouTube and hit subscribe.
Outside the 3-point arc. Pick and pop here with Spaeth into the left side corner. 3, good.
For the complete and most up-to-date schedule throughout the year, head to our website at yourliveevent.com.
Homegrown local radio is now worldwide with 24-hour streaming. Download the RJ Radio app to hear local voices from local radio with KRJB, KRJM, and KKCQ 24 hours a day from anywhere. You can listen to your favorite programs like the RJ Family Morning Show, local news, farm markets, music, high school sports, church services, more from anywhere. KRJB, KRJM, and 96.7 KKCQ is streaming on the RJ Radio app. Download it to your device and take us with you wherever you go.
New pitcher for the Jets. It'll be Carter Gebhardt. Gebhardt, a left-hander, came in the first game and got himself a save. He came in with a bases-loaded jam. Tying run was on deck, and that's how you determine whether or not a save is to take place. A couple of runs did score, but they were charged to the starting pitcher when he was out there, so he did record a save in the first game. He comes on in a tough situation here. Runner on second base with one out, and Graham Hess batting. So Gebhardt into the game. Jack Joyce goes 4 1/3, allows 3 hits, 2 runs, none earned. Responsible for Swenson on at second base. If he scores, that run will also not be earned. He's walked 4 and struck out 4. 1-1 the count to the batter, Graham Hess, with Jack McDonald on deck. Pivotal moment in this ball game. Kindred Vikings lead it 2-0. Got a runner in scoring position in the speedy Kylan Swenson. Here's a 1-1 set. He'll look back to second base and no throw. No runs, a hit, 2 errors for the Jets. And for the Vikings, 2 runs on 3 hits, no errors. Swinging a ground ball on the right side. This will move the runner up. The play is made by the second baseman, Barnacle, over to Emineth. A 4-3 putout, and there's 1 away. Swenson does move up to third base. And remember, Sawyer Hess led off this inning by getting hit with a pitch, but he was thrown out stealing.
Oh, sure.
Now the drop fly ball puts Swenson now at third base, but there are 2 outs. That brings up Jack McDonald, who's 0 for 2 with a ground out, reached on an error on that play, and he struck out. Swings and misses at the first one, strike 1. Max Bernier is on deck. Gebhardt rocks and fires, fastball in there for a strike. No balls and 2 strikes. Gebhardt, obviously their closer, comes in tough situations. He's a southpaw, throws hard. No balls and 2 strikes to Jack McDonald. And the pitch, outside. 1-2 the count. Gephardt's looking all over the place. There's only a runner on third base. Here's the 1-2. Fastball, swing and a miss. He got him. Strike 3. Kindred Vikings don't come up with any runs. No hits. They do leave a runner aboard after 1 error by the Jets. At the end of 5, Kindred Vikings 2, the Jets with 0, and the Jets are coming to bat on yourliveevent.com.
Keep your car moving along with the team at Elite Automotive Center in Fargo. What sets Elite Automotive Center apart from the herd is their truly extensive list of services. From brake and tire service to tune-ups and battery replacement, there's no job too big or small for their ASE certified technicians. Schedule your next oil change by going to EliteAutomotiveCenter.com or scan the QR code on your screen now. Never settle for standard service. Stop by Elite Automotive Center today in Fargo.
At Enbridge, we're focused on relationships. 23 Canadian First Nation and Métis communities now own an equity stake in Enbridge Athabasca Pipelines. In Minnesota, Enbridge has spent $450 million and counting, with Native-owned companies and in wages to tribal members working on Line 3. Every day brings new collaborations, partnerships, and possibilities. Learn more at Enbridge.com.
Express Lane Marathon in Kindred is your neighborhood convenience store where convenience meets quality, whether you're fueling up with Marathon's top-tier fuel or grabbing a quick snack. Express Lane has you covered. From hot stuff pizza, smash hit subs, premium soft serve ice cream, gas, diesel, and propane exchange. Make sure to use your Marathon app and get 7 cents back per gallon all summer.
Post 2, the Fargo Jets come to bat. Top of the 6th inning, top of the order. Sam Chase steps up. He's the catcher. Takes the first pitch for a ball. He's 0 for 1. He walked in the first, struck out in the third. Here's a 1-0 pitch, fastball, swinging a pop fly, foul, out of play. Here's a pitch, little looper out into shallow center field. It's going to fall in there. Little Texas League single to start off the inning for Sam Chase. Second hit for post 2. Bring up Colby Ebling, the shortstop. He's 0 for 2. He grounded into a double play and flew out to right. Tate Grandy will courtesy run for the catcher. We'll see if this is a bunting situation, trying to get steal a run here in the 6th. Not showing bunt, lines a drive into center field. There might be, wasn't really a chance at second base, but a line drive single. Singles on 2 consecutive pitches, puts runners at first and second base with nobody out. Now your third hole batter comes to the plate. He's walked and struck out looking, has Finn Bergseth. And the pitch, fastball outside, ball 1. Here's a 1-0 set. And the pitch. Pitch is in there for a strike. 1 ball and 1 strike. Bergseth showing no signs of laying down a bunt. Here's a 1-1 set by Swenson. Upstairs, 2 balls and a strike. That does end the line for the starting pitcher for the Jets, Jack Joyce. He goes 4 1/3, allows 3 hits, 2 runs, none earned, walks 4, strikes out 4. And the pitch, off speed is up, 3 balls and 1 strike. Nobody out, runners on first and second base. Eli Emineth on deck. High pop fly right side of the infield. Max Bernier trying to go back. He makes the catch. I believe an infield fly was likely called, but that wasn't really an easy play for the first baseman. He's holding the runner on at first.
Yeah.
Goes back there and he makes a catch.
Kind of a lot going on for Max on that one.
He makes a catch. Now he's going to play behind the runner with 1 out. Eli Emineth steps up. He's 0 for 2. He grounded out and flew out. So 1 down, runner still at first and second base. And the pitch, fastball up.
For anyone watching that can't see because they're not at the stadium here, Erdman did just go to the bullpen to start warming up as well.
And the pitch, swinging a high pop fly behind the plate. Sawyer Hess looking for it, trips over his helmet, and he makes the catch. Stanley Belaski does a nice job of covering third base so the runners cannot advance. Third baseman Jack McDonald was charging down the line nicely too, so it's a foul pop-up, huge out for the Vikings. And there's 2 down, and that'll bring up Tate Barnacle. He's grounded out and has been hit by a pitch. In the first game, he barreled a couple of baseballs. Takes a ball, 1-0 the count. 74 pitches now by Kylan Swenson. And the pitch, fastball, misses outside. 2 balls and no strikes. And here's a 2-0 pitch. It hit him. Loads up the bases. It's the second time Barnacle's been hit by a pitch tonight. Loads him up. Ryan Oman steps to the plate. He's 0 for 2. He grounded out and popped out. Now we're going to have a coaching visit to the mound by Coach Josh Almaris. Doesn't appear to me to be a pitching change. He does a little slow jog out there. He's going to talk to a starting pitcher, Kylan Swenson, the senior. No runs, 3 hits, 2 errors for the Jets. Vikings, 2 runs, 3 hits, no errors. Top of the 6th inning, bases loaded. Pivotal moment in this ball game, right,
Yep.
Greg?
Yeah, I mean, this feels like a mound visit to just kind of calm the game down, slow things down. I would think he's probably just discussing take the easiest out. It's what it sounds so obvious, but it's probably one of those things where it's like you just like to tell the kids, slow down, take the out, let's get back in the dugout. Just kind of slows the game down, makes it easier for him.
Like Greg said earlier, Kelby Erdman is throwing in the bullpen down there. And here's a pitch from Swenson. Fastball upstairs, ball 1. Ryan Oman, the batter. Bases loaded. 2 down, 2-run lead for the Vikings. Top of the 6th inning. Second game of a doubleheader. Here's a pitch in there for a strike. 1 ball and 1 strike.
I would think during this at-bat, we're probably not going to see that the EFIS pitch come anywhere.
And here's a 1-1. Fastball popped in the air, foul. It's out of play over the press box. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Here's a 1-2 set by Swenson. Rocks. EFIS pitch is in the dirt, and that's going to score a run. Throw to the plate is not in time. Backed up nicely by Bernier as it was overthrown. So a wild pitch. Wasn't quite that EFIS style pitch, but it was an off-speed breaking ball of some sort. It's a wild pitch. Scores a run. Ebling gets down to third base. Barnacle up to second. 2-2 the count. Pitch is up. 3 balls and 2 strikes. Now first base is open.
Right here, babe. Come on, kid.
So you don't want to load the bases, but a walk is not the end of the world here because a run already came across the score. It's 2-1 Vikings. And the pitch, fastball, called strike 3 on the outside part of the plate. Oman didn't like it. He drops his bat, throws his bat towards the dugout, throws his helmet towards the dugout. That ends the inning. However, the Jets do come up with a run, and the Vikings lead it by a score of 2-1, coming to bat in the bottom of the 6th inning on yourliveevent.com.
91 non-ethanol fuel. Express Lane is your friendly and locally owned convenience store.
Buying, selling, or leasing commercial real estate or farmland in the Fargo, Moorhead, and surrounding area? From office to retail, industrial to multifamily, commercial land to farmland. As the #1 commercial, sales, and leasing brokerage in the FM region, Goldmark Commercial has the experience and skills to handle all of your commercial real estate and farmland needs with the highest levels of customer service and marketing around. Trust the experts at Goldmark Commercial Real Estate to lead your team to success.
Green Earth Landscaping offers a full range of services, including commercial and residential landscape design and installation, maintenance and sprinkler services. From outdoor kitchens to patios, retaining walls, lighting, fine grade, sod and hydroseed, and anything in between, Green Earth Landscaping has you covered, servicing the Fargo Moorhead area and beyond. For more information, go online to greenearthnd.com. That's greenearthnd.com.
Kindred Vikings will send the 7, 8, 9 hitters to the plate. It'll be Max Bernier, Dylan Stone, and Stanley Belaski facing the tough left-handed pitcher, Carter Gephardt. Got a save in the first game as Fargo Post 2 won the first game by a score of 9-5. Gephardt picked up the save in that ball game. Max Bernier steps to the plate. He's walked and scored a run and struck out looking. Takes a fastball. Up high, ball 1.
It'd be nice to see Max get something rolling here. It kind of feels like the Jets aren't going away with 1 run in this game.
Fastball down, 2 balls and no strikes. And here's a 2-0 pitch. Fastball up, 3 balls and no strikes. I got to think Max is taking a pitch here.
Yep.
Gebhardt has a good, hard, solid fastball.
He does.
Pops it up to the plate pretty quickly. Here's a 3-0. That's in there for a strike.
Max has had 2 3-0 counts now where he's got a pitch that you'd want to just rip. Have to lay off.
Here's a 3-1. In there for a strike.
All right, 7, call, kid.
Full count. Now here's a set by Gebhardt and the pitch. Fastball, swing and a miss. He got him. Comes back from a 3-0 count.
Gebhardt comes back and gets the strikeout.
Strikes out 2 in a row.
Number 9, right fielder Dylan Stone.
Brings up Dylan Stone. He's 1 for 2. Reach on a fielder's choice and singled. And here's a pitch in there for a strike. Stanley Belaski on deck. And here's a pitch by Gebhardt. Swing and a miss. No balls and 2 strikes. Now here's the 0-2. Fastball. Misses outside. One and 2 the count. Here's a pitch by Gebhardt. Off speed, in there for a strike. Stone goes down and strikes. 3 strikeouts in a row now for Gebhardt.
Number 0, shortstop Stanley Belaski.
Stanley Belaski steps to the plate. He's 1 for 2. Laced a single to center field in the 2nd inning. Flew out in the 4th. 1-run lead for the Vikings, bottom of 6.
Belaski, he's had a heck of a game out in the field.
Swings and hits a high fly ball into right field. Beckham is there. He camps under it and makes the catch. And the Vikings go down 1-2-3 in the 6th inning. And at the end of 6, Vikings 2, Jets 1. Jets coming to bat against Kylan Swenson and the Vikings on yourliveevent.com.
Make your stop before or after the game at the Knickerbocker in Hickson, North Dakota. Stop out throughout the week for mouth-watering lunch specials weekdays and mark Friday nights down on the calendar for prime rib, ribeye steak, or some walleye at the Knickerbocker. For more information or to find out about daily specials, give the Knickerbocker a like on Facebook by searching the Knickerbocker. Great food and good people. You can find it all at the Knickerbocker in Hickson, North Dakota.
Kindred Vikings lead this one by a score of 2-1. We head into the top of the 7th inning. Fargo Post 2, the Fargo Jets. We'll have the 7, 8, 9 hitters against Kylan Swenson. Fastball in there, strike 1 to the leadoff hitter, right fielder Jeremiah Beckham. He's 0 for 1. He walked and grounded out. And here's a pitch, fastball, high pop fly in foul territory. Max Berniner giving chase, makes a catch in foul territory along the fence line over here. Had to dodge a light pole, a fence, and several other things, but he made the catch over here. Way out of view of our camera angle, but
yeah, we just missed it there.
You'll have to trust us that he did catch it.
He was in the office.
Here's a pitch, fastball up to the right-handed hitter, Andrew Peralt. He's 1 for 2. He singled and grounded out. 1 down. Kylan Swenson trying to go the distance. Here's a pitch. Fastball hit high in the air to left field. This ball's hit hard way back there and gone. And this ball game is tied. Andrew Peralt with a solo home run down the left field line ties this ball game up at 2. And Post 2 is pretty excited about their 8th batter stepping up and tying this ball game with 1 out. We're tied at 2. A solo home run down the left field line. Sign out there says 325 feet down the left field line. And we're going to have a pinch hitter here.
Batting will be number 5, Harper Schultz.
Evan Felber will be pinch hit for by number 5, Harper Schultz. So he'll pinch hit. There is a pitching visit to the mound. We are going to have a pitching change. Looks like Kelby Erdman is going to come into the ball game here. So we'll take a break, and we'll get you the defensive changes, and we'll take a break on yourliveevent.com.
For any accounting needs you may have, Todd Our World Certified Public Accountant has you covered. From income tax planning, preparation, and consulting for individuals and businesses. Todd Wold CPA would like to wish the best to the teams competing and thank the coaches and players for their hard work and dedication throughout the season on and off the field, as anything can happen every night at the Diamond. For more information, go online to wold-cpa.com. That's wold-cpa.com.
Keep your car moving along with the team at Elite Automotive Center in Fargo. What sets Elite Automotive Center apart from the herd is their truly extensive list of services. From brake and tire service to tune-ups and battery replacement, there's no job too big or small for their ASE certified technicians. Schedule your next oil change by going to EliteAutomotiveCenter.com or scan the QR code on your screen now. Never settle for standard service. Stop by Elite Automotive Center today in Fargo.
For trusted news, weather, and sports from your community, look to R&J Broadcasting Incorporated, KRJB, KRJM, and KKCQ Radio, and rjbroadcasting.com. Hear local voices from local radio with news and information from the area. Your information stations, KRJB, KRJM, and KKCQ Radio, and rjbroadcasting.com. Local voices from local radio.
Kelby Erdman will come on to pitch in relief. He'll come into a tie ball game with 1 out and nobody on after the solo home run by Andrew Peralt ties this ball game at 2. Kylan Swenson stays in the game. He goes out to right field. The pinch hitter, Evan Schultz, takes strike 1. Kylan Swenson stays in the ball game. Like I said, he's in right. Dylan Stone comes out of the game. Kelby Erdman will bat in Dylan Stone's spot. And the 0-1 pitch is in there for strike 2. Erdman was the Enbridge player of the game a few nights ago against DGF. Here's the off-speed pitch, misses badly. 1-2 the count. Erdman in that game threw 2 1/3 innings pitch, allowed 1 hit, no runs, walked 1, and struck out 5, and picked up the save in that win over DGF. Here's a pitch, fastball, misses down. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Kylan Swenson, the line is done for him. I'll tell you that after this pitch. Here's a 2-ball, 2-strike pitch. Off speed, misses up, 3 balls and 2 strikes. Swenson goes 6 1/3, allows only the 4 hits, 2 runs, walks 3 and strikes out 4. Pitched well enough to win. Here's a fastball down, he walked him. Back to the top of the order for the Fargo Jets. Sam Chase steps to the plate. He's walked, struck out, and singled and scored a run. Now Felber re-enters. He'll stay in center field. He re-enters the ball game and will run for Harper Schultz. There is 1 out, runner on first base. Kelby Erdman facing Sam Chase for the first time. And the pitch, fastball down low and outside. Runner goes on a delayed steal. Throw down to second base is not in time. A very delayed steal. So runner on second now, in scoring position. Here's a pitch from Erdman. Off speed, misses up. 2 balls and no strikes. Here's the set and the pitch. Fastball is up. 3 balls and no strikes. Sam Chase at the plate. 3-0 count. And here's a pitch. Fastball is in there for a strike. 2 runs, 4 hits, 2 errors for the Jets. For the Vikings, 2 runs on 3 hits, no errors. And here's a pitch. Fastball almost hit him. Draws a walk. Runners on first and second. Still the 1 out. Another visit to the mound. Josh Almaris comes out to talk to his pitcher and the rest of the infield. Coming up with a play here, I'm suspecting possibly a bunt here from Colby Ebling, the shortstop. He's the batter due up next. He's 1 for 3, grounded into a double play, flew out and singled back in the 6th. So you're right, the Jets just don't go away. They tie it up with a solo home run.
Yeah, and right when I said it, I felt like I was going to put it into the air, but it just felt like they were not ending with 1 run. And lo and behold, deep drive out to left. Now we've got runners on first and second with 1 out.
I think the important thing is here, I'm guessing what Almaris was saying to his team, if he is bunting, take the out.
Yeah, yep.
Doesn't show any signs of bunting, takes a strike, 0-1. If they're going to give you an out, take one of them.
Yep.
Take your chances with the next hitter with 2 outs. Here's the 0-1 pitch, fastball, misses up, 1 ball and 1 strike.
With how well Stanley and Traum have been playing tonight, hard hit ball to one of them. I kind of like their odds to maybe turn this thing.
Here's a 1-1 pitch, grounder towards the third baseman, McDonald. It's foul. Strike 2, overthrow, but it's a dead ball anyway. It doesn't make any difference. 1 ball and 2 strikes. For the Vikings in the bottom of the 7th, they'll have the top of the order coming up. Vikings and Kelby Erdman trying to keep it right here. Tie ball game. Solo home run by Andrew Peralt. Here's the 1-2 delivery. Runners go. Line drive towards the shortstop. It's down for a base hit. That's going to score a run. Man, oh man, a well-placed, soft line drive into left field. I thought Belaski might have a chance for it, but it was just out of his reach. Had he caught that, he could have dove, caught the ball, landed in left field, and then walked back to second base to complete the double play.
Yeah.
But instead, it lands for a base hit. And Ebling drives in a run as Felber comes across the score. And now here's a pitch in the dirt, and the runners move up on a wild pitch. Infield's got to play in here. A 3-2 lead for the Jets. Here's the pitch, fastball up. 2 balls and no strikes. Now here's a 2-0 pitch. Fastball is in there for a strike. Finn Bergseth, by the way, is a batter. And here's a pitch. Fastball lined into right field. Down for a hit. That'll score 1 run. Swenson cuts it off. Throw to the plate will cut off the runner. No play. An RBI single for Finn Bergseth. Puts runners at first and third. Chase comes across the score. 4-2 lead now for the Jets. Now we're going to have another pitching change. I'm not sure what the changes are going to be. It looks like Dylan Stone's going to re-enter the ball game in some fashion here. Looks like the ball's going to go to Stanley Belaski, but we'll figure it out, and we'll make the changes when we come back on yourliveevent.com.
Selling or leasing commercial real estate or farmland in the Fargo, Moorhead, and surrounding area? From office to retail, industrial to multifamily, commercial land to farmland. As the #1 commercial sales and leasing brokerage in the FM region, Goldmark Commercial has the experience and skills to handle all of your commercial real estate and farmland needs with the highest levels of customer service and marketing around. Trust the experts at Goldmark Commercial Real Estate to lead your team to success.
Green Earth Landscaping offers a full range of services, including commercial and residential landscape design and installation, maintenance and sprinkler services. From outdoor kitchens to patios, retaining walls, lighting, fine grade, sod and hydroseed, and anything in between, Green Earth Landscaping has you covered, servicing the Fargo-Moorhead area and beyond. For more information, go online to greenearthnd.com. That's greenearthnd.com.
Defensive changes for the Kindred Vikings. The shortstop, Stanley Belaski, will come in to pitch. Dylan Stone re-enters the ball game. Kelby Erdman exits the ball game. Dylan Stone, I believe, will go over to third base, and Jack McDonald will swing over from third base over to shortstop. 4-2 lead for the Fargo Post 2 Jets. They tie this game up on an Andrew Peralt home run, and then they get a walk, another walk, then an RBI single, and then a wild pitch scores the third run of the inning, fourth run of the game for the Jets, and they lead it by a score of 4-2. I'm Mike Bernier along with Greg Kramer. It's been a well-played baseball game, and things just kind of unraveled a little bit here for the Vikings. No errors committed, but the Jets just come out and hit the ball.
Yeah, I mean, this has been, it seemingly, like I said earlier, the level of play has elevated. It feels more collegiate than Legion. It's just, this has been a clean game. The seventh inning here feels like it's kind of getting away from Kindred, but then again, 2-run game. Get out of here. You got to just get 2 more and hopefully push this thing to 8.
So Dylan Stone does go over to third base. Jack McDonald goes over to play shortstop. Runners on first and third. Here's a set. Here's a pitch. Fastball loped down the right field line. This is trouble. And it's a fair ball down the right field line. 1 run is in. There will not be a play over at third base. It'll be an RBI double. I didn't have a great angle of that, and it looked like it was a fair ball.
Yeah.
And so it's an RBI double down the line. Ebling scores.
It was fair, and it's just to throw salt on the wound. It was just barely fair there.
Eli Emeneth with the RBI double. Bo Purdy is on to pinch run for Finn Bergseth, so he's on at third base. Now the batter is Tate Barnacle. 5 runs now for the Jets to the Vikings 2. 3 hits in a row for the Jets. Infield playing in. Here's a pitch. Fastball up, 1-1. Tate Barnacle is 0 for 1. He grounded out and has been hit by a pitch twice. Here's a pitch in there for a strike. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Belaski looks in, gets his sign, checks the runners, kicks and fires. Breaking ball, called strike 3, and Barnacle goes down on strikes. For the second out. And the Jets will bat around here as Ryan Ullman comes to the plate. He's 0 for 3. Ground out, pop out, and a strikeout. Breaking ball over for strike 1. 5 runs, 7 hits, 2 errors for the Post 2 Jets. For the Post 117 Vikings, 2 runs, 3 hits, no errors. Here's a pitch, fastball, outside, 1 ball and 1 strike. Here's a pitch, fastball is up. Ball 2. Here's a 2-1 set. And the pitch from Stanley. 2-1, breaking ball, looks like it's down. 3 balls and a strike. And the pitch, fastball in there for a strike. Fills up the count. Again, runners on second and third with the 2 outs. 4 runs scored in the top of the 7th inning for the Jets. Here's the set. And the pitch, fastball, swinging a drive down the left field line, hit pretty hard. Back goes Getty, and he makes a nice, fine running catch down the left field line. And that puts an end to this inning. Kindred Vikings coming off the field, fired up, looking to get back into this ball game. Find themselves down by a score of 5-2, and they're coming to bat in the bottom of the 7th inning on yourliveevent.com.
Company delivers fast broadband internet, telephone, and cable TV to residents in this region, including Holston, Shelley, Neillsville, Climax, Fisher, Bigland, Gentilly in Minnesota, and Hillsborough, Caledonia, Gardner, and Argosville, North Dakota. Serving the area residents since 1904, Holston Telephone continues to create a bright future for this region using 100% fiber optic technology. Service plans offer flexibility and choices, and there's local support personnel ready to help. Contact Holston Telephone Company today.
For any accounting needs you may have, Todd Our World Certified Public Accountant has you covered. From income tax planning, preparation, and consulting for individuals and businesses. Todd Wold CPA would like to wish the best to the teams competing and thank the coaches and players for their hard work and dedication throughout the season on and off the field, as anything can happen every night at the Diamond. For more information, go online to wold-cpa.com. That's wold-cpa.com. Stay up to date all year long with your live event from our social platforms with X, Facebook, and YouTube. From the latest coaches show to what.
Kindred Vikings coming to bat with the top of the order to face a tough left-handed pitcher by the name of Carter Gebhardt. Gebhardt so far is throwing an inning and 2/3. Hasn't allowed any hits, no walks, struck out 3 batters. He'll face Brady Baumgarten. First pitch to him is in there for a strike. Brady has walked and scored a run, hit a sacrifice fly and singled. So 1 for 1 officially. Three-run lead. Swinging a high drive into right field, right at the right fielder, Beckham. Had him played perfectly, though. Just a line drive, and right in his tracks, right fielder will make the catch. It's a line out to right field. Couple of hard hit balls for post 2 in that inning, and a couple of just kind of bleeders that just kind of fell in there. Here's a ground ball back towards the pitcher. Gebhardt is going to try to tag Getty, and he will. It'll be a 1 unassisted putout for the second out of the inning. And very quickly, the Vikings are down to their last out. Gebhardt is in line for the win here because he came on, and now they've taken a lead since he's been on to pitch. First pitch to Hess is over for a strike. Sawyer Hess, 0 for 2. He struck out looking, lined out to third, and was hit by a pitch. Here's the 0-1 pitch. Fastball, swing and a miss, strike 2.
Oh, he's throwing well right now.
He looks like he's locked in.
Yeah, he's in a different.
Here's a pitch. Fastball way upstairs. 1 ball and 2 strikes.
Different kind of mindset.
Here's a 1-2 set by the lefty. Kicks and fires. Breaking ball in there, strike 3. And Gebhardt records his 4th strikeout. And that ends the ball game as the Jets win this one by a score of 5-2 by dropping 4 runs in the top of the 7th inning. And they win this one by a score of 5-2 over the Vikings. We'll come back with the Todd Wold CPA postgame show after this on yourliveevent.com.
Earlier in the season, search Your Live Event on YouTube and hit subscribe.
Outside the 3-point arc, Pick and pop here with Spaeth into the left side corner. Three, good.
For the complete and most up-to-date schedule throughout the year, head to our website at yourliveevent.com.
Homegrown local radio is now worldwide with 24-hour streaming. Download the RJ Radio app to hear local voices from local radio with KRJB, KRJM, and KKCQ 24 hours a day from anywhere. You can listen to your favorite programs like the RJ Family Morning Show, local news, farm markets, music, high school sports, church services, more from anywhere. KRJB, KRJM, and 96.7 KKCQ is streaming on the RJ Radio app. Download it to your device and take us with you wherever you go.
Kindred Vikings drop this one to the Fargo Post 2 Jets by a score of 5-2. The Jets come in and sweep the doubleheader, win the first one by a score of 9-5, and they win this one, the second game, by a score of 5-2. This is your Todd Wold CPA postgame show.
Todd Wold CPA postgame show. For any accounting requisitions from income tax planning, preparation, and consulting for individuals or businesses, go online to wold-cpa.com.
Kindred Vikings score one in the first, one in the second. They had a 2-0 lead up until the 6th inning when the Jets did drop a run on the Vikings, making it 2-1. The Kindred Vikings go out there in the top of the 7th inning. Kylan Swenson will start the inning and promptly gives up a solo home run to Andrew Peralt to tie this ball game. Then we bring in a relief pitcher. Kelby Erdman comes in and walks the next couple of hitters, gives up an RBI single, and then another hit. Another run scores on a wild pitch. And then Belaski comes in to pitch and gives up an RBI double down the right field line. And before you know it, the Jets have 4 runs up on the board, and they wind up winning this ball game by a score of 5-2. The winning pitcher is the relief pitcher for the Jets, and what a job he did. He comes on and pitches 2 2/3 innings, doesn't allow any hits, no runs, doesn't walk anybody, and strikes out 4 batters. The starting pitcher for Fargo Post 2, Jack Joyce, goes 4 1/3, allows 3 hits, 2 runs, none earned, walked 4 and struck out 4 batters over that 4 1/3 innings. He gets a no decision, and Gephardt comes on in relief. His team takes the lead after he came on to pitch, so he picks up the win. And offensively for Fargo Post 2, Sam Chase, the catcher, he went 1 for 2 with a run scored. Ebling, the shortstop, was 2 for 4 with a run scored and a run batted in. Finn Bergseth was 1 for 3 with an RBI. Eli Emineth was 1 for 4 with an RBI. And Andrew Peralt was 2 for 3 with a big solo home run that tied up this ball game. Offensively for the Kindred Vikings, Brady Baumgarten was 1 for 1 with a run scored and a run batted in. Dylan Stone added a base hit. Stanley Belaski added a hit. Max Bernier scored the other run. He was on base on a walk and scored on a sacrifice fly by Baumgarten. Starting pitcher Kylan Swenson goes 6 1/3 innings pitch, allows 4 hits, 2 runs, both earned, walked 3 and struck out 4. Kelby Erdman will take the loss. No innings pitched, allows 2 hits and walks 2, strikes out nobody, allows 3 runs. And Belaski, 2/3 of an inning, allowed 1 hit and struck out 1. We'll take a break on yourliveevent.com.
Keep your car moving along with the team at Elite Automotive Center in Fargo. What sets Elite Automotive Center apart from the herd is their truly extensive list of services. From brake and tire service to tune-ups and battery replacement, there's no job too big or small for their ASE certified technicians. Schedule your next oil change by going to EliteAutomotiveCenter.com or scan the QR code on your screen now. Never settle for standard service. Stop by Elite Automotive Center today in Fargo.
At Enbridge, we're focused on relationships. 23 Canadian First Nation and Métis communities now own an equity stake in Enbridge Athabasca Pipelines. In Minnesota, Enbridge has spent $450 million and counting, with Native-owned companies and in wages to tribal members working on Line 3. Every day brings new collaborations, partnerships, and possibilities. Learn more at Enbridge.com.
Express Lane Marathon in Kindred is your neighborhood convenience store where convenience meets quality, whether you're fueling up with Marathon's top-tier fuel or grabbing a quick snack. Express Lane has you covered. From hot stuff pizza, smash hit subs, premium soft serve ice cream, gas, diesel, and propane exchange. Make sure to use your Marathon app and get 7 cents back per gallon all summer long. Now offering premium 91 non-ethanol fuel. Express Lane is your friendly and locally owned convenience store.
Welcome back to the Todd Wold CPA post-game show. We've got your Enbridge player of the game. Life takes energy. Enbridge, energy for life. Visit enbridge.com for career opportunities. It felt fairly obvious. There was definitely no jet that felt like they really were the player of the game at the plate tonight. We did have our moment of the game at the plate, but the player of the game was definitely Gebhardt coming in on the mound. Kindred had a lot of juice and a lot of momentum early. It felt like the first game, similar feel, but this game, Gebhardt came in, and it felt like he just completely stifled every bit of momentum that Kindred had, and he was honestly just kind of dealing on the mound.
He set down all 8 batters that he faced.
Yep.
And he struck out 4 batters, allowed no hits, no runs, none earned. Didn't walk anybody, struck out 4 batters. And he actually earned the save in the first game as well by throwing an inning's worth of work. Didn't allow any hits, didn't walk anybody, struck out 2 in that first game. So he's the Enbridge player of the game.
Yep, he's definitely the player of the game in our Halstead Telephone connection of the game. HTC, discover local reliability. You can trust Halstead Telephone. It's how to connect. That's got to be, I forget the name, but the deep drive tie this game up 2-2.
Andrew Peralt comes up after the first batter. Beckham fouled out to the first baseman. There's 1 out. Kylan Swenson pitching to Andrew Peralt, and he laces a home run down the left field line to tie up this ball game. That's your connection to the game.
Yeah, right when that happened, it kind of put an energy back into that dugout. They came out. I zoomed in on it with the camera. It was kind of fun seeing them run out. That's the moment you dream of. If you're playing at this level, that is quite literally exactly all. That's what you would imagine. Like, I want this to happen, and he got to live it. He delivered, and I mean that's the connection of the game right there.
Well, excellent. So the Jets come away with a sweep in the doubleheader. They win this one by a score of 5-2 after winning the first one 9-5. And I'm Mike Bernier along with Greg Kramer. It's been fun to bring you American Legion Baseball on yourliveevent.com. Well, have a good night, everybody. We'll be back tomorrow night with Babe Ruth Baseball on Your Live Event.